It's not getting shaven off.
that cut at the wrong time. Good afternoon, everybody. Evening, actually. Welcome back to My Illusion, where a bunch of us people talk about haircuts, sit down and play some Dungeons and Dragons. That was terrifying. That was, I think, the wash machine draining. Right.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm a bit spooked out because the sink is making a lot of noise right now.
It's a washing machine, not a freaking burglar. No need
It's
to be
still
so
going.
afraid. What do you expect? I put it on a I put it on a standard wash.
Oh, here's a.
Have you
Dude,
ever
my
used
washing
a
machine
washing
takes
machine?
3 hours.
Jesus Christ, that's so loud.
Well, we don't hear it.
It evidently is Scottish.
Screw you. I heard that.
At least
You
our
were meant
tap water
to.
doesn't take shite.
Oh yeah, no, our tap water in London's not the best. Not the best.
Well, the
Yeah, I
best.
remember I spent a week there and my whole skin broke out with just dry skin because, yeah.
So loud. So, got a couple of announcements tonight. Firstly, it's that particular month of the year. It's Pride Month.
Woohoo!
Oh, I'm sorry. Was that our cue?
You were just freaking waiting there.
I thought it was just like a dramatic pause or some shit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, same.
I
thought it
did
was
do the
washing
jazz
machine again.
hands.
Maybe he was distracted by washing machine again. It made noises.
Well, the washing machine's trying to come out of the cupboard. I'm no blaming it.
Pride Month, guys. It's going to be a long month because it's 5 Tuesdays in this month of June, which is also Pride Month. So we'll be doing a lot of announcements and acknowledging and referring to Pride Month as part of our stream. Anybody have anything they wish to say as part of Pride Month itself? Because I know we have a couple of members here that are not involved, but part of the Pride community. I'll let you swallow that pizza first.
Yeah. I was going to say Pride community or LGBT community?
All of the communities, it's not just LGBT, there's everything.
Tell us the difference.
Well, LGBTQIA+P plus community.
Many letters of the alphabet have we got now? Because I feel as though we're
It
just
usually
kinda
some more than once.
naming. I know. That's how I get so confused. I'm just like, look, I'm just in the B section that nobody likes because we're greedy cunts that like have our cake and eat it too. Okay?
Yep. I agree. I'm the
I
same.
know. Every time I go into Katie's bar, it's like being like the unpopular one in West Side Story because both sides of the bar are just like, ugh, keep away, ugh, get her away from us.
Oh, well. But yeah, support your local LGBT and all the other
QAA.
letters. QIA
mean
plus
charities?
P. All the charities, all the organisations. If it's safe to do so, take part in the marches. Another announcement. We have to record a mistake. I blame Justin for this because he gave me that
don't
stare.
blame me.
You gave me that stare to say, I'm going to have to re-roll.
I told you I got in that one. And from my interpretation of other people's rules, you get in that one, you're dead. You were then confirmed that, so I went off of what you said.
Who's
So-
your expression?
Your fault.
I thought you died. But no, apparently Tetsu did not die. This is actually a mistake of miscommunication, and we didn't have to go for the revive, which means the events that led to consuming certain materials and items will not be done, and so certain things and stuff are going to be retained. We'll just say, we cast Cure Wounds instead of Revivify.
You've got your
Good
extra
you
spell
ass,
slot back.
boy.
Using a diamond.
So in other words, my spell didn't go to waste. Just like, took you a bit longer to get up.
You get the diamond, just go, Cure Wounds! with the pointy end.
I mean, if you
Kill
hit
him
someone
more
with a
damage.
diamond, it's a healing crystal, right?
I'm
I need
pretty
to draw
sure
your
how
blood
that
to
works.
heal you.
We can test that out if you'd like.
Not against me, you're not.
No, my mum likes her crystals and knows what we all do. And every now and then, I have been threatened that I will get one of them thrown at me because it's a healing crystal, so it won't hurt, it won't do damage.
Whack across the side of the head, blood gushing down, and all you see
Doesn't
is
actually do it, you know, so it's
go in
not
reverse.
as.
The great thing is, I actually have a spell for that I could actually do that in character with you.
Wow. Oh, hydrate, David.
Here's bud.
It's not here yet. What do you expect? It's not arrived yet.
I mean, you could still hydrate, right?
It keeps getting
Got
pushed
another
back
tiny.
every 10 minutes. Every 5 minutes, it gets pushed back 10 more minutes. Next arrival is between 2017 and. Wait, what? What? That doesn't make sense. The delivery will be between 17 minutes past 8 to 8:15.
24 hours from now.
Minus the
No,
2
might be
minutes.
8:15 in the morning.
Apparently. I'll actually do
Just
this.
chill. Okay.
It's gone up to 28. It's 8:18 now until 8:15.
Well, you calm your tits. You've got a sugar problem, okay? The
Maybe
delay's
one of
probably a
them's
good
your
thing.
system time, and maybe your computer's a minute fast.
I would just like to welcome everyone today to this Twitch stream of watching Lima wait for his delivery in agonizing pain.
It should be entertaining
I'm
for
sure.
everyone. I mean, I'm hydrating with pizza. Does that count?
Well, it depends on how much sauce is on it.
Saucy.
The sauce and the crust, so
I'd give you that.
So,
I
last
have.
week,
No. This is frustration. I have to
Okay.
display. It's
We're just gonna go ahead and bench the DM for about 5 minutes while we do our recap.
That's
Yeah.
one way of approaching it.
let us know where we are, what our situation is. We can start the in-character
Look at
summoning
that!
matches.
Look at that. How's that work?
How
How does that? That doesn't make sense.
Look, if you're really that upset, you can complain to somebody tomorrow, okay? But right now we
Is
have
it-
a bit more.
Is it 19?
That's a shame.
You will take a minute and just sit in the corner for a moment and question the meaning of time and space.
Oh well.
I should get my dice out.
So
Yeah.
last time round, following you at the
Oh, my
ambush, and a few throws of a giant beanbags, D20.
What?
The
You're too
party
distracted,
was
yeah.
marching not too far away from Mercador and took it upon themselves to defend themselves against a onslaught of multiple bandits and seemingly some symbolic acolytes. When the combat ensued, the party tried to take a prisoner, but then the second wave, which was already waiting, had commenced its attack and nearly slain some of the party. We did lose one. Total, the wolf has been slain.
Don't forget my familiar.
The familiar was slain a week before.
Yeah, but it was still the same combat.
Sadly, it's not as important, don't worry.
No. Fight ensued, who was going down to the last possible enemy, but
Bless you.
Bless you again.
sorry, just
being
live
greedy now.
trying to make something important and just bullshit. Ugh. Right. So
Now, where was he?
Stop it. Just gonna hide your camera from stream for a little
I
bit.
didn't say anything.
Anyway, so why is all these panels unlocked? Lock.
So after being ambushed by a multitude of bandits and priests,
Get off my
our hero,
back! I'm the producer, the editor, everything.
Yeah, you're not doing your presenting job, so you know what? Tough fucking shit. You're benched for the moment.
It's now 8:22 to 8:15. My delivery will be arriving now.
Chill.
Just ignore it. The first one's your system time, and the second one's when it's supposed to arrive. It's fine.
But it's 18:21. So
It's not in D&D world.
Nope, indeed.
All right.
So, battalion of Mercador guards arrived and detained the party, and plus the last surviving member, escorting some of you unwillingly to the Mercador Stockades. But the party finally arrived after 21 sessions and about several 10 days of travel. It took pretty much about a month of travel from Samir. You finally arrived. You're all escorted through the town, near to the direction of the castle itself. Alvor Mantra are shown into a cell. Hall and Van Zandt also shown into a cell. Will be cut to Tetsu and Rive being taken to the temple. The door sealed. Some food prepared for you. Items left behind in the care of the guards. Beds provided to Rive. As we'll go for a long rest for the party that's inside the stockades. Tetsu,
Yes.
you're brought to the temple.
Okay.
And immediately outside, you're greeted by a single individual who has interesting some long robes with ornate patterns down the rims of the robes itself, with a staff. Sort of like some sort of priest or cleric from your first impression. All light skin, slightly wrinkly, boils, typical old age. You don't initially notice for this to show up.
Just ignore it for now. It's fine. It will show up when it shows up.
You notice the ears. It's slightly pointed.
Okay.
And welcome. Looks towards Rive. What is with your friend here?
He had some sort of spell cast on him. And he's not normally like this. He's normally kind of like me, but a bit more handsy. But he's not himself at all.
Okay. I can see why you're concerned. I received your advance. He says to one of the guards behind you. I wonder. Do you have 200 gold?
Yes. Oh,
Medicine
Go
is not
into
free, but I'll be happy to see if I can reverse what has been done.
happily, even if it costs more, let me know. And I'll just hand over the 200 gold.
Just money, puts in the pouch, as I said. Pulls out a little pouch itself, pours it in a hand, looks like diamond dust, and just over Rive, and brings his hand back and touches Rive on the head and casts Greater Restoration. The face tightens up and shrinks up a little bit. Oh. 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 Where are we? As Rive's
Right, first
feeble
one.
mind has been removed. That seemed to have done the trick.
Thank you.
You seem to be injured. Puts his
I will
hand on
try.
you. Where's my D8? I'm not used to this. You will cast a third level Cure Wounds on you. You can heal 22 points of health. That's a good roll, actually. Is that all we need? Does anybody else need any help? No, the rest are in prison, which these two will be escorted to. Very well. Glad we could help. I must go back to my prayers. Just walks away into the larger building.
See before he walks away, can I see any sort of holy symbol or anything?
Tear. From what you can see it right in front of him, he wasn't hiding it. Yeah, tear. It's the holy symbol you see.
Okay.
You feel a sharp shove, like basically an usher, not sharp, but more forceful, to turn around, and you're led back to the stockades. You're brought into the stockades itself, and let me describe what you see. It's a stone building with a roofed area bordering with a bordering wall, with a patrol of a group of guards on and around the wall. Inside, you enter through a main chamber with some chairs and tables, basically a seating area for the guards who are in watching. The cells themselves go down a small corridor and then they split off into two directions. At each side is about 5 cells. You're brought to the left. You briefly come to a cell at the end, just across from the familiar figure that was also brought in with the rest of the party in the cell across. You're both ushered into a shell, not before your belongings are removed from you, and taken away. You look to see some actual warm food. You can see the steam coming off the soup. There's a bit of some bread. Does it seem like normal prison rations? But on this little small wooden table, there seems to be 2 meals for both of you. Everybody else has something similar, which you'll be already tucking into just now. And there's some hay beds with some linen cloth. Anybody
just
want to do
have,
anything?
I was going to say, on the way there, would I have had time to put my thieves' tools in the pocket dimension that my mage hand can have?
With your hands bound and unable to access your inventory, would you be able to do that?
My mage hand can enter my inventory by itself.
Can it interact with objects while invisible?
It can take items from my bag while invisible.
And so when you grabbed an item, you then
From
triggered.
any open container.
Was your bag open?
What?
Was your bag open?
It wasn't locked. It wasn't bound.
Make a sleight of hand check. This would be retrospective.
Okay. So that is 15.
Okay. You might have found some time to get your hand to the bag, but this is where it becomes more difficult. I would like you to make a investigation with disadvantage, because you don't know where exactly inside your bag is from where you're able to see. So I would imagine it will be on your back.
Investigation with disadvantage.
Yes.
That's a 22.
Okay. I'm going to roll 2d20s against this check. If the combined amount exceeds that, then you do not successfully grab an item. You might have grabbed something else. Okay. Moment. You're convinced you grabbed something. You believe it might be what you were hoping to find. What are you doing just now?
Am I still bound now on the cells? Like, have we been given food while our hands are still bound?
No, your hands are, I would say, for when you guys have been entered into your cells, you've all been unbound. You see some other prisoners still with their hands bound, but you guys are not bound.
Okay. Well, when I first get in, I would have had a quick look around to see any sort of ways out, any sort of possible escape routes, what sort of lock was on the gates, and if there was anything that looked like it might be able to be blown to get out if we needed to. And then I would kind of be doing that as a quick look around and then going and sitting down and eating because my character was kind of low health before.
No, that's fine. So as you entered in, you did spot Cahal and Van Zan being ushered into a cell in your wing. But you also see another cell just a little bit of across from you. You see at least 3 individuals. Looks like just some commoners asleep.
Am I in a cell by myself?
You're with your own resident-friendly neighborhood goblin.
Okay.
Warm soup and some bread rolls have been laid out for you. 2 linen beds with a bit of covering.
And I guess I don't have any copper bits to do some other spells when I need to later.
I'm afraid not, no.
That's fair.
Do you want to do anything just now, or?
Well, did I notice it, what sort of lock it was? Was it one that could be picked, or was it like a big bar on the outside, or
Potentially.
potentially what? I gave 2 options.
See, I haven't really gone this far. Because I don't know why you would want to try and pick lock with there's
She
literally...
doesn't want to now, but she wants to escape if shit hits the fan. So she's being super wary. Last time she was in a cell,
I know.
wrongfully accused, she almost died. So she's a bit paranoid.
I don't know whether or not this is an offensive question, but I'm gonna come out and ask anyway.
I've got to check the
Are
door.
you able to do that thing that cats do mantra where you can check the width and see if you'd be able to fit through it by like the feeling of your whiskers touch the sides of the bars? Or is that an offensive question?
Yeah, I can fit through a lot of spaces, but my whiskers aren't quite the same as a standard cat. As you might have noticed, I stand on 2 feet as well. I am a slightly different frame. What would make you think that?
I don't know, I don't know whether or not you're just as flexible as Sylvia or something. Like, yeah, you're pretty fucking nimble when you want to be. I thought it was a valid question.
Yeah, well, I did play a game. I did kind of have a gig at one point where I was being an escape artist, but so I kind of understand that justification. But my whiskers don't even cover the side of my face. What do you expect?
Keep it down!
I thought it was a decent question to ask. I mean, like, you managed to track down one of the bandits that had been running for a solid 5 minutes in the space of about 30 seconds. So I don't know what you're capable of. Well, I know you could be some sort of contortionist or something.
King, king, king. Do you have to talk so loudly?
I'm sorry, is our conversation boring you? Or are you doing very important work down there?
Are we not allowed to talk either? You're trying to take our freedom when we've done nothing wrong.
We will decide that, but word of warning, you're not the only people here, and the last people to be this rambunctious, we end up having to burn their bodies a day later. Try to
Burn their bodies.
Oh, yes.
So what? So if someone is noisy, you kill them.
not us, no. But if
Keep
you're
in
in here for the
mind-
night,
The women are
You did put us in the
The
same
women are
cell. Of course,
bickering
we're gonna
again.
talk.
but it's vacant cells. If you want us to move you, that's absolutely fine.
No, I'm good here.
Just keep it down. Because those three had a bit of a rough night. I would not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize they were hungover.
Look.
Is this volume a bit better?
Alvivore, what's your armor class?
Oh, fuck. I serves you right for being a cheeky swine.
Remember,
18.
your armor is not on, so it'll be 10 plus your dex modifier.
Ah, right, okay. So 10 plus dex, that is 14.
That's a hit.
Oh,
Take
that means I don't have my
2
gauntlets on.
points of bludgeoning damage
Worth it.
as a bowl comes flying over the guy's shoulder and hits you square in the face.
Again, worth it.
And the super still
I'll
inside
just-
it.
I'll just, with a little bit of volume. Sure, that one hit her.
Probably trying to sleep.
I suppose I should allow people to sleep. You never know if they're guilty too or not.
What time is it anyway?
Delivery time.
Apparently
Apparently.
so.
That or he's just be paranoid again.
Yeah. Could be a washing machine.
No.
Yeah. Nah.
Seconds, I'm just gonna go ahead and close that window.
Druid
Sit in the
friends.
smoke outside.
So, well, no headset on yet.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive what you did there, turning into something big birdie, pelican, dinosaur-wise. The name's Van Zandt, and yours?
Kahal. Well met at last, at last. Fortunately, it's slightly more impressive when the assassin isn't quite so fucking deadly with its arrows.
Yeah, you're looking big, but
Not quite as I had planned for my introduction.
oh. This island long time, or came with a ship, flying in, or swimming in?
Walking in, actually. Across the seas and across the lands. It's something to be
Over
said.
water.
Absolutely, absolutely. Toto and I came for a bit of a stroll.
You say?
Toto and I came for a bit of a stroll.
Yes. Toto? You knew him? Knew him?
Yeah,
Oh no.
yes. How do you think he managed to find his way over to the island?
Swimming? I don't know.
It's a long way to swim. No, we met a way back. We met a way back, and poor guy needed a little bit of a helping paw to get across the oceans. So we've had a bit of
Yeah.
a journey, you could say. A long way to come just to watch him go unaided and defeated in combat and left behind to be burned alive. Well, burned in death, I guess.
Yeah, the
Not-
goblin.
Not quite the journey he and I had in mind, I don't think.
Well, you can't blame the goblin. She can't even take. She needs help with her own money. And that's for a goblin? Come on. She can't take her own money. What the hell she has to do with a big dire wolf? She needs to learn the basics first, so yeah.
Beasts are not to be tamed in such ways anyway. Toto was a bit of a special case in this scenario. Hopefully his spirit can be returned to us soon.
Yeah, I just hope that Finn takes better care of him.
Oh, she had better be doing so soon.
For one of other reasons, who didn't like me. Why? Ideas?
I think he had a few. But when you've got a bit of a fight for who's the alpha in the pack, there's going to be some conflicts, and you are a bit loud with all that metal.
Yeah, nothing to be done about that.
He may have said something
Maybe,
about the
maybe
way
I can
you
get some
smell,
cotton
but-
for his ears. Yeah, I have that effect on women, but yeah, I know that's for dogs and so yeah. Nothing to be done about that. But I'll take more baths. I got my soap with me. Well, had soap with me. Then a certain goblin, again the goblin, needed it. Yeah,
Yes, you have been
Was-
through some interesting times of late, and the dynamic does certainly seem to have changed in your little band of adventurers.
it's fun. It's fun. Some people left, but yeah, we'll see where it ends.
And
I
where
have to
exactly?
take care of the money of a goblin.
So where exactly is it trying to end at this stage?
Well, that's to be investigated, I think. It's a never-ending story, it seems. You always come across new things. But
The
that's
most,
that's
most
the fun part
incredibly
about
vague
adventuring.
answer you could ever give.
The fun part about adventuring. You never know where to end. You know where to start, but the end is uncertain.
There is an element of truth to this. I'll give you that.
So, what brings you here?
We all have our missions. There's definitely something interesting with Mercador that needs to be looked at, and as it so happens, our paths were finally reaching the same point.
Reaching the same point? You seem to know more than you're willing to tell.
Well, I mean, if I help Toto across, Toto's been back with you for a while, but just because he was a fan of one person of your little merry band doesn't mean the entire band is to be trusted without further observation.
Who do you suspect?
Well, I
It's
heard
the Green Goblin.
I heard a certain guy likes to use his shield as a mirror.
Mirror?
It's very, very confusing mechanics going on here. I don't quite understand what exactly he's attempting to obtain in this.
Me neither. Strange.
Strange people out there. I mean, I'm
Some
not
guy.
quite sure who Toto was referring to with that, but you know.
Yeah, me neither. No idea. No idea. The giant that left us offline.
Is that what he was?
Yes. Then he went poof.
And you have no despair, no regard, no sadness for his absence or the absence of half your troop?
I'll know. They'll be back. I'm certain of that. Our ways, our paths may be credit, but they'll intervene again. I'm sure of that.
Interesting. I suppose we'll see whether that comes to pass.
Otherwise, I'll make it come to pass.
A little, not quite sure if you're threatening them or promising them to rescue or to hinder.
Rescue, of course. Doesn't need a warlock or a giant that goes berserk. In handy.
And is that what people are?
All means to an end.
Interesting.
Means to an end. But also helping them with their own cause. Each other.
And you've no clue as to what your end is in this scenario.
No. I'll see.
The wayward adventure.
I'll spend all the goblins' money.
Well, in that case, I'm sure I can think of a few little projects that need some work.
Please share.
How much?
I'm
do
all
we
yours.
have? How much do we have to spend?
Well, let me check my little book. My book in my brain. Let's say 17 and a half plat, 400 gold, 1,500 silver, and around 900 copper.
There is a lot that one could do with
Something.
that.
Can you both give me a stealth check?
Hmm.
And Alpha, can you make a perception check, please?
With fucking pleasure.
I have been waiting for this.
Perception, did you say?
Yeah.
That is a
21.
16.
How much?
21 for me.
18.
18 and 16. Okay.
Me.
You,
Stealthy ass paladin.
did you do disadvantage? No, you're not wearing your chainmail, so it's fine. Alpha, you hear mumbling. You're not able to make it out, but clearly there's some sort of scheming going on, but you're not sure.
I mean, not to be racist, but goblins kind of understand scheming.
You two are in a cell where you two can feast can't. Remember that.
True.
I'm just
So-
going to go ahead and start saying to Mantra and Thieves Can't. They two are up to something, and I kind of want to fuck with them.
Let's see.
What-
I'm going to try listening.
Okay. So at this point, is it possible to get a sense for whether these cells have an anti-magic zone to them if I try to use just like a minor cantrip?
Like any sort of spell without a material component.
Yep. So even just basic druidcraft creates a small little gust of wind that's completely imperceptible to give me an idea of if magic works.
Are you want to do this openly, or do you want to do it quietly and as subtly as possible?
Semi-subtly, but it's verbal and somatic. With no visible effect to it.
Okay. So on your stealth check, feel free to see what you want to cast and describe.
So stealth check was an 18.
Oh no, you've got
and
a
it's
stealth check
lit-
already.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So it's literally just testing whether I can use a cantrip. It would be a small, tiny, harmless sensory effect type thing, which would literally, in this case, just be a small gust of wind off in the corner of a cell, not to be perceptible to anyone other than to know whether my magic works. I assume that was the sound effect of a gust of wind.
Yep.
Also, is there any sight of the assassin?
Give me a perception check.
That would be a 26.
Okay. From your position, you can't see into any of the cells where you can actually see him. You know he's in the other wing. Yes, he's in the other wing. But you don't know which cell.
So no reason to believe he's in earshot of the party.
As far as you can tell.
Perfect.
You saw him go down the other wing. You and Mantra, Alva, and Transander are in the effectively you two are in the east wing. He was taken down the west wing. You saw Tetsu and Rive go through, and they also went into the west wing.
Okay, and what sort of time is it? I take you mentioned the whole we're being fed and all of that. You mentioned long resting. Are we in the morning or are we at night?
Which the long rest is now available to you guys whenever you want to take it, but yeah, it's still evening just now. It wasn't dark when you guys arrived, but it was ready to go. The sun was low.
I'd like to stealthily cast Mage Hand to see if I managed to pick anything up and what I got.
Okay. holding your tinderbox.
Tinderbox? Oh, so I can start a fire.
If you want to.
Mind, I'm still in the cell with
No,
you.
you just see this tinderbox appear out of nowhere because you don't see the mage hand, and it's just floating in front. And then I'm just like, ah, damn it. I do that, and then the tinderbox disappears into nothingness again. So it's back in the pocket dimension.
I think I've seen too much today. I'm going to go to bed.
What do you mean by too much?
Let me recap to the events thus far. I saw a big, scaly bird thing that was about the size of a fucking 2-story tavern, just chilling on a branch, like, "Hey, how you doing?" And then suddenly, poof, away it went. I had to watch my companion be killed in front of me, and then had to leave him behind. And now we are in a cell, and I've just seen a floating tinderbox.
That
So
might have been me. Also on Thieves' Camp. That one was me. That's my. So I have this invisible hand spell, and it can hide an item in a pocket dimension. You know, and I tried to grab a specific one from my bag, and I didn't get the right item.
okay, that makes much more sense then. So I'm not going crazy with that one, but the other things that I've seen today have still been mentally taxing.
Yes, that does make sense. I'm gonna just be eating, and then I'll sit in a corner, kind of watching out, just trying to listen to what I can hear and whatever. I don't think Mantra would be able to rest at all right now because she's a wee bit paranoid.
Just wake me up if something happens. I don't know what use I'll be, but hey, I got sharp teeth. They can't take that out of me.
Mantra looks at her claws and thinks,
Yeah, I'm thinking my claws will make more use than your teeth.
Yeah, but you could go for their eyes and I can go for their ankles.
"Are you okay?" Fudge you. "Are you okay?" I sort of
Is it
saw
okay?
what happened
Hmm.
from when I was riding that weird elk.
Oh.
Go your
Weird
few
elk?
hints.
I was so confused there.
Same.
I'm okay. It's just a bit tender, but a good night rest and I'll be fine.
Indeed.
How are you feeling?
A bit better. My jaw hurts. Where the fuck did that demon come from?
Oh, no, there's about 3 of them over that night showed up and all disappeared.
Hmm.
Infernals. But
Well,
at least we've been able to get you fixed.
indeed. What ship were you on?
Screaming Mermaid.
There were stories about a ship that was sank.
Yeah. Hi.
Mhm.
That was us. Well, we didn't sink it. We were on the ship.
Why?
It-
Everybody knows about the dragon. But
Yeah,
it,
well,
it was a dragon.
yeah, the one that captured you or had you in the cage.
Indeed. There's a tavern you might want to go see. We'll
Okay.
take you there when we get to it. Prefix. But certainly somewhere we should go.
Okay.
It's not as big as Arcadia or Koloff, but it's definitely a good sized city, so there's plenty of places to sleep and eat. And there's a good number of shops that have some nice, interesting stores.
Well, you know here better than the rest of us, so I expect you to show us around.
Are you still planning to take part, you still not wanting to take part in the arena? The fight tournament? Well, it's
When
ended.
is it?
Well, it's ended, but I'm sure there'd be expedition matches for you to follow. So I'm sure they would love to have one of the champions.
You know me, I'm always up for a fight.
Good to know. I'm gonna get some sleep because that elk's not very comfortable without the lack of barding. Don't know how that paladin sits on that thing.
Yeah, he's got armor, so I think he's more just used to sitting on the armor rather than the actual elk itself.
Old iron ass.
You said it. Why do you think he clinks so much?
Who's bomb you?
Butt cheeks.
Same again. Same back.
Is that the guy? Not over the cell cross. The other two were chasing around the fight. I think I saw it all. Or were you too busy?
What? I couldn't hear what you said there, sorry.
Is that the one that was fighting Mantra and Penzant?
I will look over in this. Is it the one that was fighting Mantra and Van Zandt?
From what you can see, it's still like, but it's enough to see your face. You're not entirely sure because you never really looked at the guy because he was mostly at the other end of the field. But you're not sure who it is. But he's staring at both you and Rive.
He might be, but I don't know. Just be careful. Stay on guard, because I know I will be.
Riding the thing all day was taxing.
Get some sleep.
Walks off. Gets into the haybed.
I'm going to be keeping an eye on that motherfucker.
Anybody taking a rest?
Yeah, long resting and a bit of prayer.
So Mantra would have been trying to stay up all night because she was a bit scared, but I decided I'll do a con roll, and if I roll low enough, she'll end up falling asleep and getting a long rest. But I'm going to ask you, Lima, would she fall asleep or stay up on a 10?
That's not how it works. I need to make a constitution saving throw.
What?
Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, that was a 10.
You stay awake for another hour, but you are tired. Make another constitution saving throw.
Oh, that's a higher roll. That's a 13.
Okay. Make your next.
Because she's probably jumping at any noise she hears, because that's a 9.
Take 1 point of exhaustion.
Exhaustion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because where is it again?
It's
I keep
under
forgetting. Conditions, yeah.
Yep.
1 point of exhaustion.
Okay. Are you
Okay.
still trying to stay up?
Yeah, any noise she hears, she's jumping.
Con save again, please.
Got it. And I don't have disadvantage. So that is a 6.
2 points of exhaustion.
Oh wait, it's a high roll for passing that.
Mhm.
Is it?
Yep. The DC
Yeah.
gets bigger and bigger every hour.
Then I don't think she might end up dying tonight then.
So you're going to continue again?
Because I was going to say a low roll would get her to fall asleep because she's just trying to stay awake because she's paranoid.
Oh,
But yeah, I'll try again. That is 12.
That's another point of exhaustion.
Holy
So you've
shit.
now got 3 points of exhaustion. Do you still want to keep going?
I'm going by her paranoia, but she's staying awake. Like, she's kind
You're-
of fighting sleep,
You are
and that's all.
physically sleepy at this point. Do you want to keep going?
Oh, this is annoying because I shouldn't have said it. Oh, but yes. 8.
4 points of exhaustion.
Because Mantra would be trying not to sleep, and I'm pretty sure staying up all night one night isn't going to kill someone.
No. But with the amount of energy you're putting into your alertness, the adrenaline that you're pumping through just now, is exasperating your situation, your health. Do you wish to keep going?
I don't,
Because you've been
but she
walking.
would.
I mean, well, she
What?
has been walking all day, and then she's been fighting, and then walking again. This is the first time she's sat down, but she is
Yeah.
tired. At this point, limbs feel really heavy. That bed looks really comfortable.
She's trying to. Because I thought you'd only roll for like exhaustion saving throws if you're actually doing anything strenuous.
No. If you go without long rest, and you've already travelled 8 hours, but you're not resting. You've had some food.
Yeah, but
You're a little bit tired. You're very tired. I mean, picture this: you've been walking for so long. You
but
arrived.
I'm not freezing. I'm not in scorching temperatures. I'm not doing any special things that would actually include.
Yeah.
I'm not starving.
That's fine.
So she would be staying up, but
Mhm.
I don't think any of these exhaustion effects would happen.
No, wait and
That's what
see.
I'm saying.
Wait and see. We're using that as a counter. Don't worry.
Okay. That was nat 20.
Okay. Managed to go so far. You keep going.
Well, she's not going to sleep. She's paranoid and she's staying awake. She's kind of
Okay.
shaking in the corner. People don't see her. It's another nat 20.
Okay.
She's also holding a ring
That's fine.
by her neck.
Anything else? Another one? Another hour?
Yeah. Is it almost morning?
Say it's closer to morning than it is evening.
But because she isn't doing anything strenuous, then she would.
Don't worry about that. Just follow.
You know, I'm just saying she would have got a short rest as well because she's not doing anything strenuous. So she tends to her wounds at the start of it. But that is a 3, so that's 4.
No, that's 5.
No,
5.
that was a 4 overall
Oh,
because it
yeah.
was plus 1
So that's
con.
5 points of exhaustion.
Okay. I don't want to click the last one if I get it.
You're
just in
fine.
case.
Just to point out, this is not the actual exhaustion mechanic.
And that's
this
a
is
2.
you pass out.
I pass out, okay.
Move your exhaustion
Do I
points,
have any?
and you're out.
I was going to say, do I have any actual exhaustion?
No.
Cool.
This was to count it. I was going to go up to 6 to see how long you can stay awake.
She would have died if that was actual exhaustion.
This is more to do with the fact that your character was really tired, but if you're woken
Okay.
up before you have your 8-hour full proper rest, we'll say 4 hours rest, you will gain a point of exhaustion. Actual exhaustion.
Okay.
I'm going to roll d6 to see how long it takes for somebody to come in and say hello to everybody. Anything a 3 or lower, you get a point of exhaustion. 2 hours later.
Oh!
So I got a point of exhaustion, but I did get a short rest.
Well, actually, make a perception check, but this is going to be more if you roll higher, you'll wake up.
Okay, so that was 8 plus 6. So,
14.
yeah, 14.
Okay. Wakey. Man, everybody else has spoken up. Everybody else, do a long rest. You have your full rest points back. Spells, everything. I take it you're praying.
Praying and meditating
is
for
6
9
a.m.
minutes.
It's 6 a.m.
I guess I didn't get my long rest.
No, you're still asleep. You're still asleep. I was going to say, come up, 2 bowls handed through each of your cells. Nobody else seems to get anything, it's just your free cells. 2 bowls arrive with some, what looks like some sort of like milk, some kind of like probably some like possibly, for you guys have been given. Says we were told to give you these. Someone will be along in a couple hours to see you.
Thank you. And good morning.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good
Goes
morning.
round, goes to everybody's cells.
Yes.
With a nice cell.
3 people
Thank-
across the cellway looking at Alvar and Mantra, who are adjacent to Cahal and Van Zandt, are staring. Hey, where's our breakfast? Hey,
Fine.
green thing.
Green thing. That's a bit ambiguous, isn't it?
I don't know what you are. Just
You
looking
clearly haven't
really
gone
orc.
out.
Hey, my friend was killed by an orc when they killed those soldiers up in the mainland last year. You some orc's kid, aren't you? I should
Ooh,
cut you for what your daddy did to
they're
my
calling
friend.
Alvor an orc.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
I,
It's not
when
my
I
fault
get
that
out-
I
Hmm?
not my fault that I get preferential treatment. I'm not in here to be punished.
When I get out, I'll be paying you a visit.
Is that
Just-
so?
Subson walks away. He thumped onto the floor in the shadow of the cell. So
I'm just going to go ahead and sit by the bars. Am I able to resummon Toto, or do I need material for him?
you sit and just rest and just focus on. But would
Oh.
wonder. I'll ask this. I'll give you the suggestion for free. Do you want to summon a direwolf inside a cell?
Good point, actually.
I think you wisen up to the idea, like, oh, okay, I'm going to now see if I can join. Maybe this is not a good idea right now. But you have all your spell slots back. Van Zandt, Cahal, you can spend some time praying and trying to change your spells if you wish to. Tetsu as well. Everybody can actually you're all
Oh.
casters. You all have magic.
Yep.
Okay. Couple hours pass. Mantra. Deep inhale, and probably scamper a little bit because you just realised you fell asleep and you just came to.
I noticed Alvira probably saw me holding the ring because I was sleeping and didn't expect her to be awake before me. I'm like, was I just asleep?
Yeah, you needed it though.
Did I get a long rest or is it just a short one?
You have a long rest and you're no longer exhausted.
Oh, because I had no spell slots or short rests remaining.
Your breakfast
Um,
might be a bit cold, but
You slept entirely 4 hours.
I did not sleep well at all. I didn't want to sleep, but I'm happy that nothing happened. Did anything happen? How much were you
Apparently,
awake for?
apparently long enough to make a new friend.
What do you mean?
The usual racist, sexist bullshit that I come across everywhere.
See, I don't know how you end up getting sexist bullshit. People tend to ignore me. It's quite useful.
Yeah, true. I don't know whether or not it's the green complexion. People just don't like me. To be fair though, I don't like people. Or many of them.
Or maybe it's the fact that I don't have much in the way of a bust.
Or maybe it's because you were asleep the majority of the morning.
Yeah, I
So-
was kind of unexpectedly curled up in a ball there, wasn't I?
Yeah, you were. Doing that thing where you just had your tail tucked up and underneath you.
Well, I'm sure you would if you had a tail.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Keep it secure.
You hear
Side.
footsteps walking up to the cell. Who
I'm
speaks for
looking
you?
about
Who
alert.
speaks for you?
What do you mean by speaks for us?
Who speaks for you?
For the group of people? For me, myself?
I'm sure you have your own tongue since you're wagging it. Who speaks for your party?
I don't believe anyone specifically speaks for the party, but I would be willing to give it a good old-fashioned try.
Please don't.
Really depends on what you want. If you're looking for diplomacy, maybe those two gentlemen over there, and I'm just going to point to Van Zand and Tetsu. For a more abrasive discussion,
Tetsu's not
maybe.
over there.
Alright, I thought they were in the thing.
I guess
Me with
you
Van Zandt.
weren't paying much attention, were you?
Sorry. Okay,
I'll
in that
speak
case,
for them. I think there are a bit too many egos.
In my hand through the bars.
It just walks past you, completely blanks Van Zandt. If anybody wanting to speak, you say feel free to try and suggest who you want if you want to speak. So you want Van
Right.
so you want to speak. You want to speak. Anybody else wants to speak?
I'm not formally a part of this band, so I would prefer to speak for myself, knowing the trouble they like to get into.
That's trouble?
Mantra,
Adventures, you know.
Cahal, Van Zandt, make persuasion checks.
Can I just double check? I'm in a different wing from them, right?
Yeah, you and the cell arrive.
Yeah.
16.
22.
Why the troublemaker?
Six.
I'm good at persuasion. I'm better at deception, but I'm good at persuasion.
You.
Yes.
Stand aside, opens the cell for you.
Okay. I'll step towards the guards, quickly having a look around to make sure he's not holding anything.
Just going to give you a few seconds to give an opportunity if you want to do anything before this person arrives. Or
Who, me or Mandra?
Mantra. Because I'm not sure if you've done anything. That's fine. Is your mage hand still around, or did you dismiss it?
It only lasts a minute.
Okay, so it's not active.
I would be tempted to cast it just to keep it nearby, but it's verbal and somatic, so I probably don't have a chance if he's staring at me directly, so I'll leave it.
Okay. It's got a sword. Looks like a short sword. Or does a
I'll
long
look
sword.
at his sword.
This is a normal.
Standard issue.
Ushers you along. Locks you. Walks with you. Takes you around to the
Okay.
main room. As you turn the corner, the guard you got, the soldier that you saw at the gate, who welcomed the party in, stands there and says, "Okay, have a seat." It just shows you two stools and a table.
Does this room look similar at all
It's
to
an open room.
the...
There's guards
No,
dotted around.
just a heads up, just to see if Mantra gets a flashback. Does this room
No.
look similar at all to the room that she was taken to last time she was arrested?
No, it's an open room with several guards all around. Just hands
Okay.
a jug of water to you. Right. So, tell me what happened.
You're going to have to be more specific. A lot has happened since we arrived. I mean, we went to... Oh, gimme... We went to the other town, killed the dragon, stopped the constant storm. We also killed a mind flayer.
The There's a few people
Yeah,
that are
so-
collaborating with your story. The messages from Ruma have definitely confirmed that a group of individuals matching your likeness has been involved in these events. And who were they you fighting outside, not far from the city?
So, we were ambushed by bandits when we were traveling to Mercador. And they seemed somewhat more organized than your standard bandits. You can normally dispatch of bandits just by talking your way out. Maybe offer them a couple of gold for their peace and safe passage.
Perhaps you
But-
have offended them in some way. It looks like they might have been waiting, given the size of the troop and the individuals that they're with, they look a bit more organized indeed.
Yes,
we-
they did.
Are you going to bring trouble to my city?
I hope not. I don't intend on bringing any trouble anywhere. It just. I know I recognised the arrow that was fired from the assassin who was also arrested with us.
Indeed.
I recognised that arrow was one that had downed me previously in the last town where I had been ambushed in the past. I had managed to run away at that point. But I'm not sure if they're trying to stalk me or something. I'm not entirely sure here.
Hmm.
I'm kind of looking frantically around the room, making sure the other person isn't here.
We've been informed that there was supposed to be a group of individuals arriving by ship several weeks ago.
The Screaming Mermaids!
Indeed. A lot of corroboration
We
with
were-
your stories have been confirmed. We even
We were on the Screaming Mermaids.
I don't doubt it. You fought a dragon. The town of Rumor confirms you fought this dragon, and the dragon seemed, with the exchange you've had about the dragon itself. Anyway, you'll be all free to go. You will not be able to go near the castle at this time because the Duke is not home. But upon his return, I would expect that you'll be summoned. So I believe
Can
you
I
have
ask-
some tasks.
Can I ask why the Duke is not home?
Afraid we won't disclose that information to you. For his safety.
Do you still see us as a threat?
Andrus and Dunline's Way might have not seen your threat more of an asset, but this is Mercador. As you can imagine, there's been a lot of our own problems we've had to deal with. We don't know where your allegiances truly lie, but there'll be work available for you soon. For now, enjoy the city, get rested, get some proper meals in you. Points to several crates aside. This is all the items that we confiscated from you all. You may go get your friends.
Thank you.
If you need to speak to me, hang up the NPC list.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch your name.
If you need to speak to me, that's regards for Captain Lane.
Lime, did you
Lane,
say? Lane.
yes, Laine. Andros Lane.
Andros Lane, did you
Andros,
say?
yep.
Thank you. I will see to it.
Any messages for me? Gives you a bit of a slight smirk. I recognize Ara's sword from anywhere.
I was to give his regards. He had said it was a long time no see, and he wanted us to send his regards for you.
I'm sure we'll hear from him soon, and he'll have some incredible stories about you to tell. But yes, thank you. He gets up. 2, 3 other soldiers all stand up and begin pouring out of the front door into the busy streets of Mercador.
So do I wait for my friends here, or what? Sorry.
This ain't a hotel. We're not doing wake-up service, says somebody else across the room. He says, "Come on, we've got people to fill the cells soon, so preferably they'd be all vacant and not and kept for actual visitors."
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if it was common practice for you to let me walk with your guards while gathering up my teammates, or my companions.
If the protector, the guardian of the Arcadia, is giving you such rights, I'm sure you'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I would
And then I'll go through. I'll unlock the cell for Alvavor. And I think Tetsu's at the other side, so before that I'll unlock the one with Fanzand and Kefal, and I'll go, I still don't know who you are. Is there a guard next to me?
Heather.
If
There's a
it's
guard
just me-
escorting you because he's making sure you're not.
Alright.
He is
Great,
holding the
not
cells
being
for you.
malicious people, okay. I'm going, I'm still not 100% certain where we met. I'm kind of aware the guard is there, so I'm not saying anything else. But welcome with us. And I'll go around to the part with
The monks.
Tetsu and the monks, yes, and let them out.
Everybody gets out and has.
You can see I'm being surprisingly quiet.
I'm also just going to give a shit at Evelyn and wave to the guy that was like calling me out earlier. Just like, hi.
Oh, you're able to. You're back to being yourself. Nice to see you both.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
And then that's us. We're free.
So assuming we're all joining the escort on our way out, does that mean we're all going towards Tetsu's cell and thus walking by the assassin that was opposite?
No, you've been left at the entrance to your cells. The doors are open, and you've just been left there.
Did Mantra see the person that is across the cell from me?
I don't know if Mantra's looking for them, and so far she was
I
looking
would
for
be
you.
kind of glancing, but that's it.
I would have pointed. I would have pointed out to say, "Do they seem familiar?" kind of thing.
You give him a good look over. Yeah, same guy.
Okay.
We'll need to be careful.
I'm kind of looking, going. And that's when the guard goes, "No, I didn't think he was with your party."
Do you move over to the cell to look at him or anything like that, or? You're okay there, Vans, because you make a lot of noise.
Yeah, I think
Really?
I'll just go.
Yeah, really, a lot of background noise coming through. What no background noise is just a lot of static.
I'm not going to say anything while the guard is there. Oh, we have some technical difficulties. There we go. So while the guard is there with me, I'm not going to say anything, but I will make eye contact with the assassin. As I look past and go, sort of scowling slightly, kind of as if to gesture. We'll meet again.
He's still staring, but there's no reaction, just a cold stare.
Who is he staring at?
Mantra, because they're both mean eyes.
We're locked eyes on the way by, like.
This is the sax going.
And then on my way out, can I do I see Lane at all, Captain Lane?
No idea. There's people. There's a lot of people as you came out.
No, like on the way out, like
He
did I see him
left.
at all?
He left. I told you he left out into and disappeared into
Yeah.
the sea, the very busy streets.
So the guard that was with us escorting, I'll just quickly say, is there any visiting things that you can do? Visitation rights? For someone that I'd be very interested to talk to in a safer manner.
Who do you mean?
The other person that was brought in at the same time as us who was trying to kill us.
You
I would
best,
like to know the motives.
you best speak to Justice Noblebringer.
Who what?
See if he can grant you permission.
Speak to who, sorry?
Just Justice Bringer. Sorry, Noblebringer. Ugh. He is the head judge of the courts in Mercador.
And where will I find said Noblebringer?
Mercador Courthouse, where he works. His bedchambers, if you want to visit him at night.
I don't think visiting him at night would be the best course of action for getting information from a prisoner.
Thank you for your. I hope you enjoyed your stay.
It was rather pleasant. I don't know why everyone gets such a bad idea about places like cells and prisons. Yours is definitely one of the better, I'd imagine.
So as you're walking back, are you still looking through all the cells?
I'm just glancing, yeah. I'm hoping I can see my sister.
You do actually spot a female tiefling hidden a little bit in the darkness of the cell itself. She was in the one adjacent to Tetsu and Rive.
Okay.
Can I take a double glance at that one? Because it's a tiefling, and I'm keeping my eye out for them.
Do you wish to have actually a careful look?
Yeah.
Make a perception check. Do you have dark vision?
Oh, yes, and that was a nat 20, so that's like 26.
You see a purple tiefling, but looks nothing like Nyx.
For a second, I thought nothing. And then I'll keep going. Hopefully, looking in cells, just kind of glancing.
Empty. Now empty. You're one just on the other side. To the bottom, you didn't see anybody in the ones at the far end.
Because I would have also been keeping an eye out for Goliath.
No Goliath seen.
I didn't imagine he would have got arrested anyway.
He was brought out. He brought back to the main chamber. And one of the guards in the door opens the door for you all. Everybody gathers up their things, I would imagine, before you're leaving. Yeah, the door opens after all that. So feel free to re-equip all your equipment and weapons.
Yay!
If you want to check everything over, nothing has been removed. Some of your belongings have been moved around. Nothing broken, nothing damaged, but it looks like your equipment has been thoroughly searched.
What were they looking for? Also, is my illicit item still there?
What illicit item are you looking for?
I still had halfling weed in my bags.
Good point.
It's in the bag of holding, so they might not have found it unless they turned it inside out.
You've noticed a few items misplaced. Felicity gave up looking through your bag of holding. We'll say it for now.
Okay, thank fuck. What should I say? Because it was there. Saving that for a good deal.
Yeah. Anybody hear that from Doom?
Yes, it's very noisy.
Yeah, your mic is pretty bad. Time to buy that computer.
Have you got air conditioning on or something?
No, that was definitely static.
No, I heard that sounded like an empty hall or something, as opposed to just static.
Quick question. Obviously, with the items would have been off us long enough. Are we still attuned to the items or
You
not?
don't attune item from items like that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you can unequip and then re-equip attuned items.
Yeah, but I just didn't know if it's like unequipped for a prolonged period of time. But cool. I'm happy.
See, when you had your quarterstaff, how long did you think you held that in your hand for? It wasn't equipped.
20 minutes a night.
I can't remember.
As you guys leave the stockades, your eyes all strain. With the bright lights of the sun shining high. It's quite a warm day, but would like everybody to be welcome to Mercador City. People, all different races, mostly humans, half-elves, halflings, elves, dwarves. There's people passing by in all directions.
Any tabaxi?
No, actually.
We really seem to be a rare race here. Well,
We've
Yeah,
been
you know people.
fragmented.
I have noticed that since we've been on our travels, I don't think I've seen another tabaxi at all.
Are they fairly common?
I suppose not.
Mandra, you just realised you've never seen another tabaxi before.
I've never seen another person that looks like me.
Never.
Where do your people hail from then?
No idea.
I did always wonder that myself, but thought I wouldn't ask.
You look confused or perplexed.
Curious thing to not quite be aware of met one of your own, I suppose, but
There we go, he's back.
I guess everyone has their own stories in such regards.
Well, I don't know if it's so much of a story, but
Gangway! Move out of the way! Carts passing by, a few people.
we should watch our pockets. But yes, I grew up in I grew up in an environment where I had a father and a sister who were just not quite the same race as me.
Is that your long-winded way of saying you're adopted?
I mean, probably.
If we're gonna go over family histories, do you think maybe we should do that in a more fitting place? Because
Yes, it's probably not the best thing for the open street. But
Yeah.
the fact that people don't see many tabaxis means I have got to rather good at making illusions and disguising myself as other races at times. Because how else do you do stealth missions when everyone recognises you from towns away?
So it's also fair to assume if I ever see a wanted poster for a tabaxi, it is you.
I don't believe there's been many crimes committed by any tabaxi.
Aha.
Someday
Well-
someone's going to put it together there's been a tabaxi wherever these crimes have been. Bruce
But
Wayne has
most
always
of the
been in
time-
this town where Batman was.
But you
I'm not
see,
even- I'm not even going to bring up the whole you stealing a fisherman's equipment incident.
I don't think anyone recognised.
Well, you're free again, so where do you plan to go next?
Well, I, for one, intend to find somewhere where it is safe to talk, so that I can ask who the fuck you are.
In that case, Rive,
I know.
Indeed,
there's a good place to go.
indeed. Tries to get bearings. Tries to get their bearings for a moment. That way. Did you all run? Takes about probably 7 minutes. You actually lead across the town, cross a river. It takes a while.
Can there be any random like distinct statues that I might have recognised from when I was a kid?
You don't recognise this place. From your perspective, when you were here, everything was big.
Yeah.
If you
Very
were here.
different. Yeah. No, I think I would have been here, but I'm just like it was very different from how I remember.
Make a perception check, everybody. See if you can spot this on your way there.
19.
20.
5. I see shit.
14.
Sorry, what roll are we making?
Perception.
Perception.
It's a sad day when you do worse in a roll of
25.
perception than your passive perception.
How much? How much?
25.
Oh, okay. Those who got 10 or higher will spot this. As you're coming down, you see this, with the shops with the little nook going across with the swinging emblem of the shops and that. One really catches everybody's eyes who was looking around in that general direction, those with a 10 or higher. A mermaid. It's sort of yelling. Or screaming. And as you come up, you can see arching along the name of the emblem, the Screaming Mermaid. We're here. She walks in. Door opens. It's a tavern. You've all ventured into.
Is this the same name as the ship you were on? Did I catch?
Yes.
Curious choice of names.
That's not safe.
It's a stone wall building with a small yard in the garden off to the side. As you enter the building itself, it's quite wooden furnishes, bushes and that. It's a little bit quieter. There's a few people, but they're all drinking quietly. The atmosphere is really down. There's some instruments inside, but no one's been playing, as far as you can see at the time. Rive walks up. Clara? I want you to introduce you to some people. Clara? What do you even call yourselves?
It's a good question. I don't think. I think at most I came up with a random name. That
That's fine.
were you going to say something, Tetsu?
I was going to say to be confirmed.
Well, this is Mantra, Tetsu, Alvivor, Vanzand, and seems to be one of their friends.
Hello.
Call. This is Clara Mathias.
Nice to meet you.
Clara, these people were on your husband's ship.
Oh fuck.
Except this person
Nope.
here, they've met recently. I see. You were on
We're-
board the ship when it was sunk.
Yes.
We were.
Yes, that is correct.
If you don't mind me asking what happened, there's been a lot of conflicting stories.
So, from what I can tell, I spent a lot of the time walking around because I don't like boats. Okay, no offense to your husband's ship, I just don't like boats. There was a lot of gunpowder on board, and when the blue dragon attacked the ship out of the middle of nowhere, it just flew out from the mainland. It came up, attacked the ship.
So
We
it was the
tried
Blue
to
Dragon.
fend it off. Yes.
Okay.
No one needs to worry about the blue dragon anymore because it's dead because of us. But yeah,
We
You
tried
avenged.
to fend off the dragon, and use the ship's ballistas. I even attached a dagger to the end of one so it would impale some really powerful poison into said dragon. But the dragon did best us at the time, and the ship exploded, sending everyone flying. We woke up on the shore a couple of days later.
And you said you slew this dragon?
Yes.
Such stories a group of people that survived a dragon attack, killed that said dragon that was ransacking Ruma. Thank you. One moment. We're closed. For early, guys, we'll come back in a couple of hours. I would like some time. Thank you. Funnily enough, respectively, because actually leaving, you told her me. Diana? Yes? Pull out the old red.
You said it was your husband's ship.
Yes.
Was your husband on board?
Yes, he's
He
the
was
captain.
I'm sorry. I don't think he had made it.
Someone came round with this half-elf female. Walks around with a tray with a couple of red bottles and some glasses. Puts them on one of the tables that were not in use and says, "Seat."
I kind of collapse on a sort of stool nearby and going, I don't think I was able to save him.
No, but you avenged him, and this is why I'm sharing a drink. Thank you.
We're sorry for your loss.
No, it's fine. You've got some closure at least. To know that bastard is dead saves me from doing it.
I'm assuming you mean the dragon and not your husband. And I'm just going to casually push my glass over to Tetsu.
I'll take it.
Hell of a door.
Of course. Yes, I know how that sounded. We're waiting on one of the other ships that usually runs to Mulder Empire to start to instead run the Freedom Mermaids line until a new ship can be procured by the, for lack of a better term, Mercador Merchant Navy to run that same route. But it'll be a matter of months before that happens. So I'm afraid you're stuck here with us. Unfortunately, I don't offer an inn, so I don't have anywhere for you all to sleep. You'll have to use one of the actual inns. But you're welcome here at any time.
Well, thank you. If you need anyone to talk to, I know what it's like to have lost someone close to you.
Perhaps.
And then I glance around at the party and kind of like look away, like.
So how long... Why did you come to Mercador?
Vengeance.
A couple of reasons. That's the easiest way I can put it.
Right, is this the one you're telling me about that didn't show up for the tournament?
And we... no.
Yes, I was the one that didn't show, but again, that was not exactly my fault.
I kind of not really listening to him. I just utter, I had to kill my blue dragon while holding the ring. I said I need to kill my blue dragon while I'm holding the ring. It's on a necklace.
Hypothetical blue dragon.
Yes.
The thought of a dark figure with a bow into your mind, standing off behind, and all of a sudden, the arrow going through her dress. You shake off.
And I go, I might need a I'll turn around and grab a glass of wine and just take a big swig.
If your friend says you're good as you good are, I suggest you get a match against the current champion. I'm sure that
Who
could.
is the
I'm
current-
sure the. Oh, I'll leave that for a surprise.
Intriguing.
Fisherman?
Fuck him.
Sorry, what?
Oh,
Alright, joke. Let's just put it that way.
Hmm.
But that would be interesting. I'm always up for a good fight.
Indeed. So, what do you know of Mercador?
I'm new. I don't know anything. Anyone else?
I know there is a wizard or a mage that guards these lands. Mir, I believe.
Indeed. So, I can't say the city's very fond of him anymore.
Why not, if you don't mind me asking?
Rumors have been circulating that he's behind the taxation. The extreme taxes on this. What would normally the expenditures I would normally pay 35 gold every week for running this tavern, I have to pay 200.
Oof.
The expenditure here is so huge, you might find prices be extremely high.
Excessive tax does get me a little bit worked up. There's better ways to earn your money without tax.
What does he actually do in return for this tax?
We don't know. He apparently is coercing the Duke to doing it. The Duke is hoping to have something done about Mir. But that's the rumour. The Duke is obviously the one, the court itself, the Duke's court itself is in charge of the taxation. But the reason is, that. There's also been the kidnappings. People, well, it's weird. People disappear for a couple of days, then come back and act as if nothing had changed. They've not been. They just went for a walk and went for a little journey. It's worrying a few people.
So you think there might be some form of mind-altering magic going on?
I wouldn't know. What's your instruments? I only play music.
Are these disappearances ones connected with the creature to the north of the village?
A creature to the north of a village? You mean city?
The city, yes, yes.
I would imagine there may be different creatures in the forest near the base of the mountain. But I don't know of any particular creature that would do this. Why, what have you heard?
Something strange within the forest. Something of a nature gone awry. Plants, perhaps, changing its position within the food chain.
Interesting.
Potentially wondered whether this in any way might relate to your protector. The one who might be strong in magics to do such a thing.
Mm.
you need to kill something?
Always in time when the target is right.
Why does it always have to end with killing? Come on.
It's one
To
thing
be
we're
fair,
good
not
at.
a
Says
lot.
the rogue.
Says the assassin? I
Yes.
think that's what you said last night, Tessa.
What?
That you said that was the killing assassin magic rogue?
No. The person that was and the other
cat.
cell across from us. No,
Oh.
I never said the cat.
I thought you said the cat was also one.
She may be. I don't know. I don't know much about her past.
At that mention, Carl would very much be watching Mantra to see how she reacts to being called an assassin and the discussion. Would there be anything given away? Can I make some kind of insight?
There
roll?
goes last.
I would say make an insight one. Fuck it.
Yeah, definitely make an insight check.
That would be 24.
Oh shit. Can I make a deception roll? I'm
Yeah.
going to oppose us with deception. And that was a 2. Well, it was a 12. Because by deception. So you can kind of, when it says an assassin, I'm just like, I am uncomfortable with that word being said.
So not garnering so much kind of like, what, who, me, but more of a kind of, not the kind of word I would use.
Yes, I don't like the word assassin used to describe me. I am not an assassin rogue. It's not my archetype, and Mantra doesn't actually enjoy it.
Okay, interesting.
I
Thank
do
you.
actually have a question, actually. Did you harvest any of... Did you take its head and bring it? Please tell me you brought that that bastard's head.
I have some bad news for you. A
And so,
powerful
didn't you bring it?
magic user took the corpse of a blue dragon before we could harvest any parts.
I can give you certainty that we have killed it because
No.
we have killed other dragons.
Oh.
Uh,
She points to
as-
a blank space up above the behind the bar. Says that would have been a perfect spot for its head. If you find that thing, send it my way.
I'll make sure of arranging the heads to be transported here if we manage to find it. I will be on my eye, keeping an eye out for it, because, quite frankly, I don't see any good reason for someone to have the entire corpse of a dragon. And our good friend Goliath, Niall.
Yes.
Who's Niall?
He helped us slay the dragon. It was taken by the same people that took the corpse.
There is other members of the party that currently aren't with us. There is another 3 who are currently away trying to deal with other stuff.
Well, extend my thanks to them. So hasn't even touched the glass yet. Picks it up. Gone. Just like that. If you're hungry, Diana will see to you. Oland is out, but he usually is cleaning the tables. It's a good day. Thank you. My patrons will probably be back within an hour. But it'll be best to have a conversation.
Yes, thank you.
Riv, thank you
So
very
you
much.
said they'll be within an hour. Do you mind if we use this time to talk among ourselves?
As I said,
Ideally in private.
you're perfectly welcome to be here. Thoughts to you all, and Rive, thank you. He walks off, heads behind the bar, and begins arranging and tidying.
So I make eye contact with pretty much everyone except Kefalon and gesture towards Kefalon and go, so how come, this is to Kefal, how come you show up in the middle of a fight and then expect us to just invite you in open arms? I didn't say anything in the prison because I didn't see that you had done anything wrong. You fought on the correct side. But explain.
Sorry, Dream.
Didn't expect anything. You brought me along. Unfortunately, it would appear that my stalwart ally in Toto has not been able to be here to show my relationship as
What
such.
do you know about Toto?
I know that he and I have spent
Yeah, blame the green one for that.
many a month traveling over to Mercador together.
Because this
Okay.
is the first time you hear that as well. Uh,
Firstly, Van Zandt, I don't appreciate that. I was fucking blind at the time, trying to get Tetsu up. I probably was touching a rock trying to heal it. I don't know what the hell was happening. But, yeah. Like, what do you mean you've been traveling with Toto?
Well, he was lost on the mainland. I mean, you know he wasn't with you for God knows how long now. I don't know the last time you saw him exactly before he reached you on this island.
I hadn't seen him before you came up to me on the island. To my recollection, I was just minding my own business, getting threatened by a gang as usual. Along comes this big wolf. I assume he's supposed to be with them. Evidently not. And he's just stuck around me ever since.
It appears the two of you have a little history you're perhaps not quite so aware of.
Table fuds.
I'm just gonna go ahead and look under the table. Like, what?
Just looking up at you. Toto.
oh, you summoned the bag!
I'm just gonna go ahead and give him scratches behind the ear, just like, hey, where have you been?
Toto's head.
Dead.
Burned, cremated, buried. Take a pick.
Didn't
So the
His-
football's back.
Coat pattern's slightly different, but the mannerisms, the personality is still there.
So
I
this is the whole...
I thought he fell at battle.
Dad.
Explain. Come on, I'm lost for words here.
Not sure, maybe it's like you and Sylvial or something.
Selviel. My familiar, I summoned with a spell, and I named after someone that I cared very dearly about.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean... I meant your cat.
Yes, I'll need to find myself a brazier so that I can resummon my familiar. That will take some time.
Weird that Toto just appeared. But hey, I'm not going to complain. Come here, bud. I'm just going to give him scratches. Just like, I'm so sorry. I was blind. You know I was blind. I wouldn't have...
Anyway,
had-
aside from that, how long were you stalking us?
Since Toto and I reached the island.
Hold that thought. Toto? You recognize this guy? Yeah.
Don't worry, this is related, don't worry. Looks at Cahal and looks back at you.
I need some form of indication, but
See, I thought
Be on
we had
him.
fallen asleep when he was silent.
Cahal, give me a nature check. Or history check. Or nature, religion, or history check, your choice.
Religion?
23.
Okay, that's fine. Popping you a message. This is basically things you know about certain things. This looks at you and goes, puts his head on your lap. Oh, we'll say on your shoulders since you're low down enough.
okay.
Out of his shoulders, right?
Yeah.
You don't know quite what he is, do you?
So, you said you've been stalking us since you showed up on the island, yes?
I had to make sure he was in good hands and that your intentions were right.
I still don't believe I know
He-
what your intentions are. So, Care
Right.
to elaborate?
Sure. So, what are your intentions? You've gone around, you're being hunted, you're being shot at, you're being attacked, you're getting in fights, you're annoying people. What are your intentions?
Honestly,
The guns are drawn.
my intentions. You caught me at an emotional spot right now, but
It's not the easiest question that you think it seems to be.
I can answer that one easy. I just want to fight.
I just want
I'm
to
trying-
punch things and then pray.
my intentions. I don't think anyone else in this party has really intentionally asked that question, but I intend to avenge the person that killed my wife.
So your entire drive is to track and murder someone.
To get closure. I cannot ever see the corpse of her. I can never visit her grave. I need some form of closure.
Then surely you can understand why one would want to take their time before being introduced to someone whose entire life revolves around finding and killing someone.
I put aside my life of taking out targets or planting evidence or taking things. I put all that behind me. I settled down, and then all of a sudden, it's just out of nowhere. I couldn't save her. I'm done, and then I walk out and I try find a tavern.
Another tavern.
No, just a place that we would be able to sleep for the night.
You mean an inn? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
You head off. Disappeared.
She does that from time to time. Don't worry.
Okay, I'm
Shoot,
just gonna go
interesting.
ahead and say this right now. Nobody can give me shit about anything I do from this point on now. I just want to murder my idiot brothers, that is it.
still wanna
Your
kill
whole
someone.
intention is to go kill someone.
I thought
So,
you were
okay.
gone.
So we've got murderer, we got wannabe murderer, get drunk and fight things, and someone who doesn't quite know what he wants to do with his life. So, speaking for myself, I'm here to right the wrongs in the world. There are the balance has been upset.
Where do you want to start?
For me, it's the island, Mercador. The
Well-
balance in Mercador has been afoot.
You,
As I
you could-
mentioned, things have gone wrong. There is something not quite right that needs to be understood.
Blue Dragon is gone. That's one little bit.
And a very impressive feat
Dragon.
that is, no less.
Yes.
Well, all I know is you helped me when I was down, as other people did, and I have no reason right now to not trust you or trust you at this point. If you need help dealing with whatever issue it is you're trying to do, I am happy to help. I'm not sure about the rest of them, but you have my vote to try and help you. You got me out of a sticky situation, and so did Alvaro, so I thank the two of yous anyway.
Quite alright.
Don't know
Cathal.
what your interp-
That gust of wind you used.
Yes.
No. Women. And a gust of wind.
No.
No.
That is not quite something that I intend to use the gifts granted unto me in this world for. No.
No. No. Damn it. No fun. No fun at all. Ah. Ah well.
I thought you were meant
So
to
my
be
shield
along.
then.
Wow.
I do
at
have
least-
money.
Well, I mean,
Your
you know,
own money.
Services are always for sale in this world, aren't they?
The rest of Win 2?
We all know how that went for Vanzad last time. He got stood up and lost his money.
Yeah.
So you've been
Well,
on.
have now enough money.
So you've been on the island longer than myself. You've clearly got in trouble, explored a few places, killed a few things. You must know that there is something wrong on the island, yes?
Well, I know
Yes.
where we were. There was some sort of petrification to the trees.
Where was this?
Master DM, what was the first village we were at?
So in Massan, so most of the base of the mountain is covered by a huge forest. Massan was to the quite far northeast of Mercador City, around the outside the island. There were some petrified trees on the outskirts of the village itself.
That.
And did we...
Petrified
know
person,
what
wasn't it?
caused this?
It was those tree things. I shouldn't say though, I stormed out.
I don't.
It birds, the sort of...
Cockerites?
Okay, with that word, can you give me a nature check, Carl?
Oh, not me. Thank God.
21.
With that very... It's going to have a very low DC because of the mispronunciation, but you picked up on it immediately when you string things together. Cockatrice. Type of bird that has
Yeah,
a
that
pecking
one.
ability that likes to turn things to stone. Permanently.
Okay.
Not,
So I don't know.
not similar to what you're hunting, or rather trying to deal with, but that's definitely... They're dangerous monstrosities.
Would I know what the origin of them actually is, whether they're considered aberrations or actually natural creatures?
Monstrosities.
So actual monstrosities, okay.
Fuck me if they were beasts, by the way. Holy shit, you leg shaping into those? No!
One can always
is it
try,
like
you know?
Just to clarify, monstrosity will be something that looks quite abnormal. Aberration is more alien,
Okay.
like
okay.
a floating brain, for example.
Or
what a brain on feet.
giant tentacle. Giant tentacle. That's
Giant
gonna
tentacle with
carry, like,
teeth.
the whole room.
Yeah.
But it's somehow labeled as a beast.
Never happening.
Damn it!
Never!
One day I will be that tentacle.
Why do you want to be a tentacle?
It's fucking ridiculous. I'll show you at some point. It's fine.
He's
yeah,
going to show you
anyway.
his tentacle.
It has a 30-foot radius.
30-foot radius attack range for melee attacks.
That's a big dong.
Don't wanna be
see why
slapped
I
on
want
the face with that.
Someone had to say it. I had to say it.
Right, that's completely thrown me off. Right, yeah, so, okay. So, what of the undead? Have the undead reached Mercador?
Not to anybody's knowledge, most of them are still fighting in...
Oh, sorry, that was an in-character question.
Oh, sorry.
Undead? Haven't seen any undead so far.
Not that I've seen. In what way? Why ask about undead?
For Vanzand and Alvor and Tetsu, as far as you guys are aware, the undead are stuck between Alarian Empire defences and the Dojian defences, the Parish Front. Last you heard is that the undead were amassing to assault Koloff City.
That. So why do you ask about undead?
Dead?
Well, they're running rampant through too many parts of the mainland right now. And I'm not quite sure where they're going or what controls them, so it's worth being prepared.
Well, they're in between two. They're in between two cities now.
From what I know, it
They are
trying to get
planning to attack.
Koloth. 'Cause, like, Koloth.
Planning to attack.
Koloth
They're doing what exactly?
From what I understand and information I've got, they were trying to mount an attack on Koloth City. But from what I know, the undead shouldn't be anywhere besides there, or between the two places Mr. Almighty God said.
The eastern Austral Desert, that's where the undead seems to be forming. They've destroyed many cities in the desert itself. They've reduced Dosh in basically destroyed half of Dosh, some of Alaria. And Alaria itself is being protected by the dragons that have befriended it during the war against Tiamat. So the dragons have been helping trying to kill undead hordes that have been trying to move their way northward into the Alarian Empire. The Dojian have a specialized military called the Perished Front, where they are specializing in fighting undead, but that line is slowly being pushed back and slowly crumbling. There's now a ponders of how long it will be before that line falls, because the undead seem to be getting bigger and bigger, both in size and strength.
If anyone is kind of keeping an eye on Tetsu, you would notice that once the undead was mentioned, he's kind of got pretty pissed. It's the best way I can try and describe it.
Yeah, no one's mentioned that with Mantra really, so but that's good.
They're not quite as part of why I'm here as such, but one of the many things I'm trying to get a better understanding of.
Well, if you see any undead, point me to it, because I'll happily take its head off.
And that's why we're on the same side.
I would think everybody's on the same side when it comes to those undead bastards. Thankfully, it's a little bit difficult for them to swim.
Yeah, well, they destroyed my monastery and my village, so I will happily destroy them.
I know a lot of people have been displaced because of them. I mean, look at the residents of Bracken City, for example. The entire city was a powerful bastion, one of the largest and most powerful cities in the world. And it's gone, along with the Yuan-Ti cities and all the other cities, villages, the towns in that desert and around it.
I know.
Perished.
I know. All too well.
Well, yes, you're a Bahamut paladin. You would have been fighting on the undead front in the north. Surprised you're over here and not helping your brethren fight.
I was sent here on a mission.
And so, must be more important than the Bearish front or the Iron Dragon front.
You still never really
Yes.
give us much information on what the mission is that you're looking to do.
Importance now. We're on this mission now.
Well, I'm still going to help you either way, I just like to know information.
You were all briefed by John Lansbane why you were coming to Mercator,
Yeah.
which is
Yep.
pretty much Van's now standing orders. As far as you're aware, but at the moment there's not really much indication. Is there any other orders that he has?
Okay. Tessie just grabs one, goes over to the bar, asks for whatever their strongest booze is, and just pays whatever the hell it is.
Am I able
I'm
to find
not
an
wanting-
inn?
I do not want what Alvaver and Mantra drank. I'm clearly saying that now.
She's literally holding the bottle. What's it called?
Trollpiss.
Ogre's piss?
Tropis. Oh, okay. Just that one
Trollpiss.
bottle back. Here. Thank you. Hands it to you.
Thank you. How much was that?
You an idiot. Sit down and drink.
You said your tax is high. How much was it?
I'm not struggling. It's just not good for business. And we'll be fine for now. We've got money to spare.
Well, I'll be back probably plenty, so
We have all the money that he brought on from. We're not struggling, especially the amount of money he was able to procure as part of the shipment and transport. This is just there's an old tale where if you build a ship, you build a tavern, or if you get a ship, you name it after a tavern that's not got a ship in its name.
Fair. Thank you. And I'm looking at the bottle while I walk back to the table.
No, you've got a glass, not a bottle.
Okay, never mind then.
Was Mantra able to find any inns after she stormed out? And she probably just stopped round out of line of sight, took a couple of breaths, and then went, okay, I should actually find an inn now.
Give me a perception check.
Okay.
And can you add a D3 to this? Yeah, but roll them separate.
D3?
Yep.
Okay. So I'll just half of what I got on a D6.
Yeah.
And
Round down.
perception check, that was a 7 plus 6, so that's 11. And the D3 was, I got a 5, so a 5 or 6, so it was a 3 effectively.
Okay. Takes a while. You've definitely seen a couple of shops around. You've seen some interesting places. You saw someone that looks quite fancy, but there's two men outside with their arms crossed as if they're blocking the door.
Okay.
You see steam coming out of one of the other buildings that you've actually passed at one point. Oh, I found one. Do you head in?
Yeah.
On the
What's the place called?
just about. As you look up, you see the Red Mermaid Inn.
Huh. I wonder if they're affiliated. I'll walk inside.
So you walk in. It's quite a fancy, basically a inn. Not like fancy, but basically a bit more high class. Quite looks like a bit expensive. Just as you came in, you notice there were some trees planted on some greenery just outside the actual building itself. It's quite a tall building, probably 3 to 4 stories, possibly 5. You're not sure. As you go in, it looks a little expensive. Excuse me, can I help you?
Hi there. I was deliberating about maybe renting a few rooms.
How many beds do you need?
6.
6. We don't offer rooms that size. We can give you a 4-bedroom. Oh, actually, hold on. We can give you.
I said a few rooms.
Oh, phew. Apologize, I misheard you. But greetings. My name is Arillo. You see before you a female high elf. She has got cropped black, bit of a mohawk actually, blue eyes,
Okay.
smooth, pock-marked copper skin, stands about just over 5 feet tall. So she's short.
And then I go on to speak Elvish, and I say, would it be more preferable if I was to speak Elvish?
As long as this is not an attempt to mock the language, that's absolutely fine. I do know I have ears.
She would
Common or
probably
anything
tell
else
that
is
I was
fine.
completely fluent in it, as if I had lived in a household where I spoke only Elvish for a while. I go, it is not an
Conversational
attempt to mock.
or fluent?
Conversational Elvish, but a little bit proper because of the establishment I'm within.
There's a few
So,
rooms
no
available.
slang.
There's a few rooms available. She opens up a ledger and begins looking for it. We've got 2 2-bedrooms on the 2nd floor. On the 3rd floor, we have 2 single bedrooms. On the next floor above, another 2 2-bedroom suites. And on the top floor, a 4-bed suite.
Okay. And if you don't mind, because my compatriots who I've been travelling with for quite some time, would it be possible to get a price, and I'll get back to you as to if this is the best place to stay?
Indeed.
I'm sure the beds will be comfortable.
For the 2 beds, the small bed, the two twin bedrooms, 20 gold each per night. The single beds, 15 gold each. 25 gold each, because they're a little bit more spacious. The suites themselves, 120 gold. The 4-bedroom suite, 500 gold a night.
So, how many of each did you say? There was 2 twin beds, did you say?
2 twin bed, so 2 beds in
2
the same room.
singles,
Single
2
room with 2
suites,
beds.
and 1 4-bed.
2 single room with 2 beds. 2 single bedrooms. 2 bedroom suites. 2 2-bedroom suites. And a 4-bed suite. So 2 small, we'll call it. 2 small. 1 single, 1 single. 2 2-bed suites and a 4-bed suite.
Okay. And thank you for the. So I'm having a quick look around, and does it look like it's sort of more upper class proper, or is it just like? Does it look like we've got expensive looking things on show? Because I would have been to a lot of.
This is definitely probably more luxury than a budget.
Because I was going to say I've been to a lot of different places on my travel, like lots of different inns. So
This is definitely more on the upper end.
I am liking some of your decor. It kind of reminds me of home.
Thank you. Did you travel far?
Yes, almost halfway across the world now, just to get here, really, just for a couple of business missions.
You're probably the finest rooms in the city itself. Probably the whole island, in fact, because I don't think we have as luxurious beds here. I don't think even Salt itself has better beds, especially now. But
Well, I'd like to test you on that or not. We'll find out. I'm just going to go catch up with my compatriots, and I'll let you know.
Okay.
And then I'm going to head back towards the tavern.
as you walk past, 2 goblins walk in and head immediately for the stairs.
Okay. Noted. Was one missing a hand?
No.
No? Cool. Or was it in a jar if it was carried?
No hand was missing.
Okay. Good to know. I thought this was meant to be a fancy establishment.
Oh, that casual D&D racism.
It's alright, I technically started it.
Yeah.
No, Gary Gygax started it back when he made first edition.
So I'm just like, goblins, okay. Are they wearing suits or anything?
They seem more finely dressed.
That's more
Silks?
acceptable then.
Yeah, they're definitely smartly dressed.
Okay. So am I looking out a place? Mind you, I've got my robe. My robe's quite nice.
That's right, you have that robe.
Yeah. Because it's probably a red side out, just kind of looking slightly fancy.
Mhm.
I mean, if people are going to recognise me as being the only tabaxi they've probably seen, they might as well have something to go by to make good impressions.
So what are you doing? You head back out? Are you heading back to the tavern, or are you going for more walk around?
I'll head back towards the tavern. I'll probably sort of take a small breather before I head inside once I find the place, just to kind of calm my emotions, because might have had a small emotional fit when I ran out.
So you find your way back. It takes a good while, but as you get back, you
Mhm.
come in. There's a bit of shouting when you come back into the tavern. You hear the voice of Alvar yelling at Toto to get off the table as he's eating into Tetsu's and Niall's. Sorry, Tetsu's and Van Zan's meals.
Look, you ravenous big furry beast. I will get you your own food. Just sit down.
Oh, hi guys!
What the cat threw in. Oh, you're the cat.
I know that one.
Welcome
Hey,
back.
you okay?
I don't know what you mean. I'm perfectly fine.
Sure.
No deception check required for that one.
But yes, so fit.
Other
Is
one.
that... And then
You
I'll
feed
see if
your
there's a
dog,
free.
please.
You
I
go
don't like
first.
this got him back.
I see if there's a free seat at the table with the rest of the party.
Well, your sheet's still there.
And if
Yeah,
it wasn't, it would be made space for.
I fear I may have missed your explanation as to what your true intent was. Kafal,
You did. So how are you?
perfectly fine.
Are you sure?
Think so. Well, yeah, I'm fine.
I think we've had like a little bit of a slight bonding moment here of kind of what everyone's doing and kind of things
Well, I
like
mean,
that.
my
think
first
it
part
feels
of
like-
action, once we're rested, my first part of action, I want to go to the courthouse and speak to the Noblebringer for multiple reasons.
Who's the
um,
noble bringer?
It
The
is
judge.
effectively the judge within these lands. So I wish to both find out if my sister is here. See if there's any mention of my father, but I may need to be careful how I mention name. I don't know how well people know of it. And also see if we can interrogate, or at least I can interrogate, that assassin for its true intent and affiliations. I guess I'm going to be
I
busy
can
here.
stone of truth him.
Yes, as if we're able to be granted an audience.
Very sure if we explain all the information that was, or all the information, we may be able to get access to them. But it's
That
not the
is a
first time I've been
belief.
denied that.
Yes, I can actually be slightly persuasive when I set my mind to it.
All I know is Tetsu needs to go buy a new top because it's still soaked in blood.
So
We can go
yes.
shopping.
So what did you say you were looking to do, Cathal? What is your name? Yes,
Kahal.
Kahal.
I mean, the short version is here to understand better what's happening to the world. The undead, the power shifts, the
I kind of glance up when you mentioned undead.
Well, as a question to Lima, the combat we did last week, the enemies were marked as Barlight whatevers on the sheet. Yeah, were they actually recognizably wearing those insignias? Like,
Paladin
do you
certainly
know
was.
that that's what they were? Okay,
The Paladin
so
was,
it's safe
and
to
so
say
was the
whoever saw
priest.
the Paladin.
The party themselves have encountered the exact same attire before.
Well, I'm assuming Kahal very much knows what it looks like.
Yes, you
given the
do,
placement.
because you recognise them as well.
That's why I wanted to
as-
check before
yeah.
I went on with that conversation.
So Barley up for undead, yeah?
Don't know.
No?
The-
We don't know.
we've not really aligned them with undead. I don't think you could. Give me an insight. Give me a religion check, Badra.
I'm just going by what I had known from what we found in the last place.
Would I be able to help out on that?
Tankard.
Since religion and stuff?
Wait and see.
But yeah, so I'll just be thinking. I'll go. Ballite. We had the iron with a strange thing in it last time we encountered them. And just for reference, my religion check. Once I see what my bonus is, it's a +2, so that's 8.
You don't get the impression that the Bully Covenant are behind the undead, but you also don't really think they're above using necromancy.
Okay. Have you encountered?
In fact, the reason why you thought that is because you fought back to the road between Gumi and Masan as Malorn tried to raise Andrus's undead to fight you.
Yeah. Actually, Ballite weren't really mentioned there, whether it was just out of character, I think. So.
Was it?
However, yes, I asked you about it,
Alright.
which allows me to lead into your attackers. The Crusader, unless he stole that armor, he wore the insignias of the Barlight Covenants. Why would they be attacking you this far away from home?
I believe because we ransacked one of their bases because they were causing issues within another village or town.
On the island?
No, not on the island. Mainland.
Before we came here.
Yep.
How? Have you encountered their insignia before?
Yes, I am from
Don't
their
say
land.
that you're with them.
No, they displaced my people. They are the reason that we've had to go back on the move.
As you said, they displaced like people. I'm just like, oh, that's good. I mean, not the fact that they're displaced, just that you're not. Well, at least
No, I understand.
you don't say that you're affiliated with them. I'm not sure if you're telling the truth yet, but I guess time will tell.
Well, to be fair, we could also.
Where was your people's home?
Give me a moment. Motherfucker, I'm not good at geography at the best of times, let alone make-believe geography. Fuck me.
So, what was his question?
Well, my lands are called again. I remember, like, it's Silver Falls and all that.
Historically,
I can't remember what the area is called.
the name of his land was no longer known ever since we'll call it the converting happened, when the majority of the people in the country of the state that he is in is now called the Covenant, where the day-to-day person are all basic slaves, controlled by the Covenant itself, which are basically all ball worshippers.
I mean...
It's a
not-
shithole.
Not from... We don't have a village or a town per se, so there's no real land title by which to ascribe it, but I guess near the Covenant and the Elves and all the wonderful rest of them.
What elves?
The Wood Elves.
What else?
The wood elves.
I
What
think
side?
you said wood else. It's
Is it not
what
wood
else? You said what else?
I said what elves.
Oh right, okay.
So yes, you say the wood elves.
Yeah, Seldarine.
From a wood elf land, what way were you based?
That would be to the east of Seldarine. Is
Okay.
the home of the Covenant. Unfortunately, as they fell further into anarchy under the Covenant's rule, They've pushed out those who might oppose them and essentially convert or die.
Would
So-
I, out of character, would I have known anything of that sort of area with my time with Silvio?
It was never a place that Silvio would travel to. It was not deemed safe. The border between
Okay.
Glenasari and the Covenant is closed and fortified.
Alright, that's beyond the fortified border.
Indeed.
I don't believe I have ventured that way before.
And I do not
No one in
recommend
this
you
party
do so.
has. Nobody in this party has ventured that way.
Yeah. And you do not what, sorry?
I
cannot-
don't
cannot-
recommend you do. Unless you're very good at acting the part of the cultist and enjoy a life of sheer anarchy and chaos.
I mean, I have acted to survive in the past, but I do not believe that would be the most beneficial method of survival.
So you upset
Mm.
one of their
Yes.
bases. Where was this?
Port Samir. Well, just outside it.
Port Said would be one of the places you would have passed on your journey here. You didn't potentially venture into the town because you focused more on the. You would have been near the cave where they went to, not knowing obviously that as much, but you would have passed through your journey to Mercador would pass you by that cave, and then you hopped the small islands between Mercador and Arcadia. So he would have travelled at some point between Port Samir and the seat itself. I can't remember what it's called.
Did you travel
Seat or
far?
vessel hold? Well, yes.
There we go, that's the whole. Thank you.
From the lands of the well, it's basically the entire continent, really, isn't it? At that point,
Pretty
So
much.
if you travelled from Wood Elf territory
yes.
all the way to here, you probably followed a similar route to me. And
Where
you
have come
probably went through Dosh.
Well, I tend not to spend much dosh, but perhaps.
I meant the region.
Yeah, out of character, I have no idea where the fuck that is yet on the map, so I can't comment.
Dosh is directly between Arcadia and Glanasari.
Right, and Glenasari is
The Wood Elf territory.
Between
okay.
Dosh and the Covenant.
Then
you would have
yes.
definitely gone through.
Yes. Safe to say, kind of yes. Yeah, pretty much.
If you were
wonder-
flying, you would have seen the desert, and you probably would have seen the devastation to the north of the basically the north side of the main cities of Koloth, the capital of Dosh. I just dropped you a message, by
Yeah.
the way, just to summarize where you found certain people.
Yep, okay. Yes, I very much did. Would we have... Well, clearly didn't cross paths, or I would have recognized you as apparently the only one of your kind. But
Did
where did your
you-
journey leave you
Would
from
you
then?
have? Well, I went from Koloth City within Dosh. I have a estate and manor there. I may not have travelled the most humane routes, but I'm here.
Most humane route?
Well, the most sanitary or pleasant route to travel. So, would you have, by any fact, went through Koloth City? Or would you have avoided that?
No, nearer Saru and Gol.
Yes, but would you have travelled along it on the main roads as part of your journey? That was my...
I tend not to travel by road.
Ah, okay. You're more of a forest sort of person.
Maybe he flew.
That is fair. I was just wondering if you would have had any news from if you had ended up somehow stopping by maybe one of the most accepting taverns within Dosh.
If it's news you seek, you're probably better off asking directly rather than trying to.
If you had went
Circle
to my
around.
tavern. Yes, I wish to know if you had entered my tavern or not.
No, I can't say I have.
Because it may be beneficial at some point for me to check in and see how they're doing business-wise.
Yeah, you're quite a bit away from your tavern. I don't know how you necessarily intend to get a message that far along right now.
I have contacts.
I can very much attest to it being a very, very long journey.
Yes, it must have been. You travelled a similar distance to me. It's a very long
Yes,
journey.
yes. So I appear not to have taken a ship with a dragon.
That is probably beneficial.
Means we could have had an extra hands helping out in that fight. We may have not
Yeah.
had the ship sink.
I mean, you could have asked them how I was with a ship, but I was perfectly fine.
He wasn't. I'm the biased.
Side of the ship was painted green by the time you were got off it.
It was washed.
I can't say I've travelled by too many ships myself. I'm not quite sure how bad it is.
I prefer blimp. Or like airships. They're slightly more enjoyable to travel with.
What's your-
Oh yes, that reminds me. Rather than all the dingy places that we normally stay in, I found an inn. It's actually very cheap.
Ooh,
So,
cheap. What's
Cheap?
cheap?
well, you could get like a twin bedroom for 20 gold a night, or a nice sort of 2-bedroom suite for 120 gold a night. Quite affordable. There's also a
Okay.
4-bed for 500 a night.
We might want to potentially look see if there's anything else because we don't know how long we're going to be staying here.
That is true. I would rather not have to get my receive funds from home to stay any extended duration. I believe I would only really be able to stay for about like a few weeks.
Didn't the Duke or John tell us they would pay?
What?
Did who, sorry?
Duke, didn't they tell us that they would pay for our sleep?
I'm
Not
gonna quickly check.
not that I recall. I don't normally pay too
Seems
much attention
reasonable
to
to me.
such trivialities.
Your
Who is
patron
this?
is a minister of John Lines, being the Arcadian Council Minister of Foreign Affairs and Guardian of Arcadia. Your salary, paid upon the completion of primary task. Investigate the Thieves Guild and who is their and the cultists and bandits' patron. If also neutralizing threats, perks, immunity to laws, no restricted movement within Arcadia, travel expenses paid.
Yeah, so we don't
Travel
get
expenses.
lodge-
These are travel expenses.
I'm inclined
Travel
to agree.
expense.
Are you keeping receipts?
I can make receipts.
Some people here can forge receipts.
Why
Yeah.
would one
Where's
do
your forgery
that?
kit, Van Zandt?
My what?
Where's your forgery kit?
That wouldn't be very lawful of you.
Oh yes, actually, Van Zandt, you're no longer lawful good anymore.
Ooh.
He has
What am I
been
now?
lawful good for weeks.
Chaotic good. That actually meant to mention that
Lawful good.
after your dream with Bahamut.
That is chaotic
Oh.
good. I guess that makes sense based on the actions that he's made.
Yeah.
So staying at an inn is a travel expense.
Does seem to check out.
What is
So,
this?
Not
let's go to
entirely
that place.
sure. The what? Sorry? Bands on first.
What?
I hadn't heard when all three of us were talking at once.
Oh?
Repeat what you said.
What did you want to say? Go ahead, Cathal.
Oh, I was just asking what this agreement and travel expenses thing you have with the Duke is.
Oh yes, that was
We're getting paid to do a job.
there was a paid trip here, which says what paid for our admission upon a screaming mermaid, which was to do a slightly confidential task within this area. I probably would not be best explaining it in public because we don't know who's listening and who's around.
Are the patrons back in the tavern, Lima? I don't know how much time has passed.
It was noisy when I came in. So.
Not yet. It was noisy because of trying to get the wolf off the table from eating other people's food.
Yeah, bad wolf.
Yeah, from eating my food.
No one's arrived yet, but from instinct, you think it's probably going to be here soon. Not soon enough, but soon.
Also, I look at it, sort of nudge my head slightly towards the tavern keep and kind of go, we don't know anyone's affiliation with anything, and it's probably best not delving into details, especially since I don't fully know you yet, Cathal. Or Cahal.
So, I would say, let's
Just
go to the
because-
inn and...
Just because we allow you
Get
to
some
sit
rooms.
with us does not mean we trust you.
I semi-trust him because
He does have gust of wind.
He had no reason to help me out.
That is
So-
true,
He does have some of my trust.
but it's not earned any of my trust. So yes, I saw a nice
Who
final
does?
establishment for sleeping. But where? I don't know if this might interest you, Alvivor, but there were a couple of goblins entering as I was leaving. They looked finely dressed.
Okay.
I know you were looking for some goblins.
Did you catch a name or notice any distinguishing features, like a missing hand?
You are cutting out a lot. But no, I did not catch any names, and they both had both hands. I did check the hands because that's specifically one of the things that you were mentioning about some of the goblins you're looking for.
Could just be a coincidence. Maybe goblins are more prevalent here.
Maybe. You never know. It just seems whenever anyone's mentioned any goblins, you tend to perk up, so I thought I'd say that I saw a couple entering.
Given that I've been looking for my idiot brothers for a while and they aren't turning up, I doubt that I'm going to run into them here.
You never know. I thought you found them at the last place, and then you headed towards here.
If I run into them, I run into them. I'm not going to exactly force it. I'll catch up with them eventually. When I do, I'll see to them.
That's fair enough. Oh, here's
where's
one.
this inn?
I'll show you. Just briefly. Just since there's a new source of potential information, have you heard of a tiefling called Nyx?
I can't say I have. Who are they?
Just for me to know. What about a Goliath Demiantis Drake Fury?
Nope.
That is all.
What was Niall's brother's name
Bjorn.
again? You haven't You haven't met them by any chance?
Nope. Do you want to just like write down a list of everybody you either do or don't
Nope,
like? for me
nope,
to
nope,
check off?
nope, 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 nope.
Here's a surname game.
Well, I might as well ask.
Have you ever known?
Since
just
he's not here to
because-
be able to ask for him.
Yes. Just because of where you came from, and the fact that you might have travelled around the elf territory.
I
Uh,
literally
did-
have. I lived there. Yeah.
Yes. Did you know anyone, any wood elves with the surname Elunari?
Nope.
He lived
I
in
like how Elena just
trees.
shaking head.
He lived in trees outside Lanisari, behind a fortified military border.
None of you know any hippies? Like,
How old are you?
I know you.
I am trying to get a gist of if I would know of you, if I would know you, or if I would know someone who may know you.
well, then you can tell me what organizations you have involvement with.
Good luck with that one.
I mean, you want a lot of information from me, but you're not really volunteering much yourself.
Information usually has a face.
Get used to that. Old.
So what are you paying in return for this information? If you
Well,
wish to play
if you
it on your
had
table-
information, I may have provided some.
We could make this a hell of a lot easier. Vanzan could easily just cast Zone of Truth and everyone's going to just tell the truth.
A zone of truth does not make me speak.
It
So
means
you
you
have
can't
much you wish
blatantly
to
lie
hide.
though.
I know how you work away around the zone of truth.
Just walk around
You-
it.
Old
If,
person, zone of truth. You're done with it.
if such is a thing you want to do, then let's find somewhere to do so.
I don't particularly care. It's just
A
Juicy
zone of
details.
truth would be useful.
means that you get the information you want, he gets the information he wants.
It would
Or-
let me get the answer to one question.
Well, see, the problem here is that there is no information I currently particularly am trying to get out of anyone at this point. So I have nothing I want here, but apparently you have a lot you wish from me.
Indeed.
It might help if it's going to sound daft. You may not be trying to get it, but if you're wanting to try and get favor of the group in general and try and get trust, it might be a good idea to try and give some information. Yes, obviously you want something in return. We can help you out if you're trying to, as you put it, right the wrongs of or the power balance or whatever. We're pretty much going to be fighting most things anyway, so
Oh,
Anyone
I don't disagree. Just there's apparently a bit of an interrogation as to circling around what information is want from me, but not being willing to answer anything in return.
he's quite a secretive person.
Wow.
Usually that's like drawing blood out of a stone. Doesn't usually work.
But it seems there's a bit of a mystery between all of you as to what each other's motivations or missions or purposes actually are. Perhaps it would do all of you some good to have a bit of a frank conversation as to what you're all after.
A lot of us know the prime directive that we want. Like for example,
Sometimes it is
Yeah.
not best to know someone's entire past.
And how do you decide on those times?
But the future?
depends on if you deem it that way or not.
How about the past? We know future.
If someone volunteers information, that is free information. If someone is not willing to share information, it sometimes might be worth extracting it, but only if there's a good motive.
Well, so
Not
far I've
quite.
answered all your questions.
Would I have noticed he was telling the truth?
I don't know.
You tell me, have you rolled anything?
Nope.
not been asked to.
You've not, I guess, stated that you're trying to get any insight check going
Yeah.
on. So, are you trying to scour me?
So,
'Cause
hey,
I'm
drink
going to be
time!
honest.
Are you open again? Yeah. Come on.
And as all
Pats
the patrons
Mantra on the
start
head
coming.
as he passes by.
Hey, what, sorry?
The one of the men just came through, just patted you on the head and stroked it, brushing your ears aside, and it walks by.
What the
Mantra Cam.
happy place?
We don't want you doing what Vanza did
It's-
in the last place and get thrown out.
I don't intend on getting thrown out. I am used to some people trying to get a little handsy, trying to scratch my head and things. It is not enjoyed.
Do you get many weird looks, being somewhat unique?
Usually, when I enter a tavern too late at night, a lot of people think, if they're not regulars, think they may have drank a little bit too much. But sometimes, for an easier time within taverns, I disguise self.
I'm standing up and heading to the door, leaving the tavern.
Is that Alfie?
You what?
I think it is. Alfie!
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Don't you wish you were able to disguise yourself?
Yeah,
Rather
I
than-
do.
Hey, hey,
At
Car.
that point,
that's what I told you about.
and at that point when they all go, Alvy, I'll shout in Goblin, Alvy.
Don't you start as well.
But they don't know what I'm saying.
I know, but I do.
And I'll say in Thieves' Cant quite happily. I do have a disguise kit.
I don't think it's really gonna work right now, is it?
Well, not
I
now.
say back in Thieves' Cant. Right. We all move into the end then, or are we continuing to chill here?
Well, if you're feeling particularly
Mug just
stingy,
put right in front of you, Oliver.
Tetsu,
Like,
You drink it. Make a Constitution saving throw.
oh fuck.
shit, I am so sorry.
I was just about to ask if you trust that.
So what am I making?
Con save.
Constitution saving throw. 8.
Cool. Good to know.
It's-
Quite a strong taste. You kind of like it. Funny taste in your mouth though. Persists for quite a while. Doesn't hit you that hard. You do feel a bit tired, but it's still morning. It's fine.
What was even in that tavern mug that you were given? Oh,
I
well.
don't know, but either way, I'm done accepting random drinks.
Did you at least sniff it?
Oh, I didn't exactly get a chance to sniff it until I downed it. Oh.
That's fair.
I'll
Well-
just pick up the mug and just sniff the empty mug.
Interesting smell.
You-
You can't
you
put your,
don't
you
like-
can't put a finger on it.
Oh fuck.
You weren't there for
Sorry.
this. So
Yeah,
it's fine.
pass it over. Since you're confused, and I'll sniff it.
Give me an insight check.
But I heard of the repercussions of it.
12.
Smells similar. Just can't put your nose on it.
See, if it was perception, that would have been an 18, but... but yeah,
The
okay.
smell is clear, so you don't need to really articulate a smell. But you... Smells familiar, but you're not sure. It might be that? I don't know.
I
I'm
think
sorry.
that
I'm
smells
sorry.
familiar,
I'm so
but
sorry.
Then again, I've smelt so many different alcohols I can't even name them anymore when I was working in the tavern.
While they're all sniffing drinks, can I see who it was that actually gave the mug and see where they are now, if they've stayed in the tavern?
One of the ones that went Alvi.
Okay, but they've stayed in the tavern. Yeah,
Yeah, they're
they've
still in the
not
tavern.
tried to hide away anywhere. Okay.
Oh well. Free drink for you, Tetsu.
Yeah. It's like I never say no to a free drink lately.
You seem to like your alcohol.
Why wouldn't
Call
I?
yourself some form of sort of aficionado or something. A connoisseur.
Easiest way I can put it is if I can get fucked up on it, I will drink it.
Oh, so you drink it more for the effect than
The
the
quench.
taste.
Some of them can be nice, but some nice ones don't give a kick.
Noted.
You need some help?
If it has both, I'm happy.
So,
Nah,
I just
well-
sort of take a mental note on this one.
after I've drank that, how do I feel?
Okay.
Okay,
Yes, okay.
okay.
Yes, that's what I said.
I know. I just said back. I'm fine, Van Zandt.
I'm going to cast protection. I'm just going to tap him. Okay. And at the same time, protection from poison.
Why?
I'm pretty sure probably because of
Yeah,
the-
you didn't
had
notice anything
trouble
different.
with drinking.
Okay, he's drank, but
But
If
okay.
I know
So it's not so
last time
much
he got
as
drunk.
it's not so much as just put your hand on the shoulder. There's a physical incantation being cast. So you can see Van Zandt is casting a spell next to you, and he's now reaching over. Do you want to recoil?
Well, for all I know, it's just booze, and I like booze, so yes.
Okay. At this point, I need you to make a. I want you to make a roll with your dex check, Van Zandt, and do a dex saving throw.
Okay.
Let's check.
Because
Well,
he's
here's the question: do I get +5 for being close to him?
yes.
I will happily take that. Okay, so I get +12.
So I just roll my d20 or?
D20 add to your dex. Actually,
Okay.
no. Sorry, make a spell attack. So using your spell attack modifier. So D20 plus your spell attack modifier is under your spells.
Over there.
It's basically your charisma plus your charisma modifier plus your proficiency.
Ah, over there. Oh, that's that.
Just let me know when you want it.
That's 19.
Yeah, you're not hitting me. 31.
It's like what you're doing.
Thanks
you
for your
miss.
+5.
You do consume the spell, but you missed. But yeah, you see Van's reaching out to you, trying to touch you with some sort of magical spell. Given his misbehavior, do you doubt what he was doing?
Oh no, I know. Would it seemed familiar to the one that he
It
can't?
would. You do recognise it. You would recognise that preventing you from getting drunk again.
Then that's why I would have, and I wouldn't cause any issues with it. I'm like, I'm fine. Let me get booze.
I had a hard day yesterday.
Okay. Not,
I got knocked.
not my
Fuck
problem anymore.
If shit goes sideways, it's my fault. I'm a guy that will own up to his own mistake.
Noted.
Now, if you didn't say a word, it would be a stealth check against his perception. But you, right, they're there. And basically announced your famous. That's why you didn't do it stealthily.
Thank fuck.
And then I'm going out the tavern and just walking into the city.
Okay. Anybody else want to do anything just now, or
I might as well follow
okay?
because I need to go find a new top.
Yep, Rive goes with any stuff. Shut up.
Um,
I'll catch you guys later. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you, Statistics Rides. That's deafening. Turn that down
So,
just
yeah.
a little bit.
I would be going up to the tavern owner just before we head out. I'll just sort of say to her, I'm being serious here. If there's anything you want from us, just let me know.
We will. I will.
And then I walk away.
Want that thing's head?
Well, I gathered that much.
I'm just gonna go ahead and whisper a mantra. I'm still not sure if she's talking about her husband or the dragon.
And can I hit Silvio?
Silvio?
Alvaro.
What?
Can I hit Alvaro?
What, with a slap or a
Not-
punch or a weapon?
Just
Lethal,
kind
non-lethal?
of non-lethal, no weapon, and not using the gauntlets. It's literally the highest it can do is a 0. I just kind of backhand her.
That's fine. Hit or not hit doesn't go do anything.
Uh-huh.
You see a hand going towards you. Do you let it hit you? Does it hit you or does it not? You can let you choose. It almost has no difference.
Effectively an unarmed punch.
I'll just
but
let it hit me.
it's an unarmed punch, but I'm not using my gauntlets, so I have -1 to my strength score, and my claws are not out. So my damage is a 0. Unless it crits, then it's 1.
Right, okay.
Does it? No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Actually,
Crit damage will
doesn't.
still be 0. So your dice
so
roll
damage is a
levels-
0.
Even with crit.
Yeah.
Even with
Alright.
crit, it does 0.
Nice.
It's just like a cat slap. Just like,
A cat tried to bop you in the nose.
I
But
didn't
you can
realise
tell
we
by
were
the
out.
intent it was probably meant to be slightly painful, but it was just no strength to it.
I didn't realise we were at that level of friendship, but I'm glad to see that mantra.
Friendship? I tried to punch you.
Okay,
that's a pussy
I'll-
punch.
I'll let you believe that then. I know that you and I aren't exactly the strongest hitters in the group, but let's face it,
I mean, should I
Give me
put this
a-
back on? And I put a gauntlet back on.
I'm just gonna go ahead and just like, look the other way, just like.
You
So
should be
when then-
slightly more respectful to someone that she lost. And then that's it. Well, walk on.
Interesting. Okay. So where do you guys want to go? Vanson, since you left first, where do you want to head?
I know where I'm going. I don't know the town, so I'm just strolling around.
You're just strolling around. Anything you're looking at in particular, or you're just walking the streets?
Up on his skirts.
Just walking the streets, looking
Are
for
you holding
shops.
your shield down, Lord?
Okay. So how many
I'll
shops do you have?
I'll mention roughly the places that I saw on the way to the tavern. I'll go like, so there was that weird sort of place. It kind of looked like a fancy establishment, but had 2 guys with arms crossed outside. There was that other place that had steam coming out.
Vanson, roll me a d10.
Yes?
Roll me a d10.
Ooh, D10.
Roll a good one, because I'm following you.
Where? D10. This one. That's a 9.
A 9. Okay.
Oh yeah, we
It's
never attested to if we would want to stay at that nicer.
It's still
And-
morning.
Yes,
Loads of time.
a lot of places like you to
You
book
might-
your room beforehand.
You might want to spend some money first, and then decide what
And we're
room you
not
want to.
paying.
That is true.
As you're walking around Van's End, one shop catches your eye. You've seen a few shops here and there, but one catches your eye that's called Kunda and Dalbo's Emporium. From what you can see, given the items shown through the window, this seems to be a trader, like a general store.
Trader of sorts. I'll enter.
So as you enter, the shop is a single-story timber brick building, reinforced with a wooden floor and a tall elf wrought wooden shelves. It is brightly lit with magical candles and chandeliers. At the back of the room,
Ooh, magic.
at the back behind a counter, you see an old male gnome standing on the counter, reading what looks like it might be a ledger or some sort of book. Hi! What can I do for you?
Well, hello there. Well, I'm new in town and just strolling around, and your shop caught my eye.
Welcome to my emporium. If you're wanting it, we might have it. We'll try to charge you a fair price.
That's reasonable. Goods do you have here?
I could be here all day. Just look around, have a look if anything catches your fancy.
Magic?
Magical items? If you've got the coin purse, certainly.
Yes.
I've actually keep on most of the magical. In fact, picks up a single +1 arrow. We have one of these. It's an arrow, a magical arrow of some sort. We've got 2 healing potions. There's an elixir there. I believe it's an elixir of health. There is a necklace of fireballs. And there's a potion of heroism.
Necklace of fire.
Yes, it's being used. There's only 1 bead left. So
Potion of heroes, do.
Indeed.
I have a random inquiry.
Are you all coming in and taking?
Well, yeah, I would have been following. I have a random inquiry here. Do you have any sort of symbols or focuses, especially, I don't know, ever heard of Lyra, goddess of illusion?
A holy symbol. You don't pitch. You don't strike me as a cleric or a paladin.
Well, I was also thinking some form of spell focus.
You wouldn't want a arcane type of spell focus. This is usually a spell book, a staff, an orb, or something similar along those lines. If you
Would
look,
a wizard not be able to use some form of...
not a holy symbol, no. Wizard spell focuses. See if they come up.
One of the famous shopping episodes. Yay!
I think the only really place it tells us. Okay, you crystal, orb, rod, staff, or a wand.
No, so I won't really be able to use them with my two weapons. That is fair.
You don't have to be careful. When you cast your spells, you will need somatic. Actions does require that hand to be free, so you can't cast a spell with a sword drawn in one hand.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Let me triple check Trickster, but keep asking away. You wouldn't find that here. If you look for spell focuses, I would probably try one of the other shops, possibly Rene's shop, Rene's Magical Quill. They have a lot of scrolls in that. I'm sure they might have some spell focuses as well. There's also the wand, right? Vander's wand.
Vander's wand.
Vander's wands.
At a shop. Okay. Well, thank you. I don't really think of much else that I may feel required to have on me.
Trickster, Arcane Trickster. Does it state if there's any different focuses that Arcane Trickster uses? I would probably stick to the Arcane focuses then. Because it was a spells you're using as part of Trickster. Yeah, so anything else? Guys? Are you still looking, or does any items that you've seen interest you?
I just want to have a quick look around, see if I see any like books and magical items that can pique my interest.
You don't see many.
Do you have any
books.
caltrops?
Caltrops?
Yes.
Hmm.
Spiky things.
Yes. Interesting.
And bags of flour. Small bags of flour.
That you can get from the market. You just buy a pack of flour.
Okay.
Caltrops, not something that we specialize in. Maybe the forge could probably create you ones. Maybe I can't imagine caltrops is something that we sell.
Okay, I'll just run by the blacksmith and see if he has some. How much for the two?
The what? The
Potions of healing.
Oh,
Healing
potions.
potions.
Oh. 2 potions of healing, 100 gold each. It's simple Ostro heal potions.
Also healing
What
potions.
about Kotom's ointment?
Afraid not. Maybe the alchemist store might have something like that. For that, I believe the best one to go to is Ares Apothecary. Apothecary.
Thank you.
Apothecary. There we go. Get my pronunciation right.
Sometimes an all for one sort of healing ointment can be a little bit better than a healing potion. Then again, it is a wondrous item, so it's probably not common. It does say uncommon, so yeah.
What's a magical item?
Yeah.
So this will be whatever's been rolled in. What is it you were looking for, sorry?
Koitom's ointment.
Oh yeah,
I'll
sorry.
send
Sorry,
you.
just thought you were something else there for a second. Yeah, that's it's a magical item.
Okay.
Anybody else looking for anything?
Yeah, I need an alchemist.
Yeah, just the general stores might not have too much. I mean, I might grab an extra couple of lengths of rope
Yes, sure.
because they tend to be useful.
Looks over. 50 feet,
Yeah, 50 feet will do.
4 gold.
4 gold for 50 feet of rope.
You said 2.
4 gold for 2 sets of 50 foot
Mhm.
long ropes.
Yeah.
That's double the normal price. But that is fair, I know you're struggling
Okay.
around these places. And I'll pass over 4 gold.
Sam.
Thank you.
Anything else? Anyone?
Do you
So,
have
Hans,
a?
can I make a recommendation? Tilt your cam down a little bit so we can actually see your face. Yeah, we can't see your face, mate.
You can't see how beautiful you are.
Yeah. Banzan, tilt your camera down so we can actually see your face.
It's a laptop camera.
There we go. That's better.
Does the store have herbalism kits?
Best go to alchemy.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
What other items can I see that are I would presume are magical when he pointed over to the direction?
That's the 5 that seems to stand out that he seems to have brought up. A potion of heroism, a necklace of fireballs with only 1 bead on them, an elixir of health, and the +1 arrow he has by him.
Tempted to cast detect magic just to see if there's anything else.
I take it Vanza didn't buy those potions?
I think he may have.
No. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna quickly nip outside, try and find a close to the shop, just so the shop owner doesn't see me cast detect magic.
Okay.
And I'm gonna cast it and then go back into the shop to see if there's anything else that comes up that are not in that area.
Other than the 4 items that have been previously disclosed, the only other magic items you see are what your party is currently holding or equipped or wearing.
Okay.
You probably had other people do the same in the past. Well, in a city.
So we want to go to as many shops as we can, as fast as we can, in 10 minutes.
You got 2 spell slots.
Yeah, but for all I know, I may need it. Can potentially use identify. Okay. There's nothing else for me here, so I'm probably just gonna. wait
Anyone
inside
else?
for them.
Okay.
Oh wait, is that when you notice I've got magic items I'm not even equipping, it's in my bags?
That bag is very shiny.
So's mine.
Okay. Do you guys want to continue looking around for shops?
Yes.
Go look for an alchemy shop.
You want to look for an alchemy shop? Give me a perception check. And also roll a d10 on top. Give me this result separate, obviously.
So the perception was 16. And the D10 was a 9.
And
I'm
nine.
guessing an alchemy shop would be suited for finding a poisoner's kit.
Indeed. After a little bit of searching, yeah, you found it. Ares Apothecary. As you come to the building, it's a single-story building of half-timbered, with several leaded glass windows, protected by a globe of a carved stone. Doesn't seem to be active, alive, or doing anything. You detect magic, doesn't detect any magic on the golem itself. As you enter inside, 8 items immediately come to your attention, Tetsu.
Okay.
4 of them are simple Ostro healing potions, which you immediately notice. You also see 2 lesser Ostro healing potions. Another 2 potions. One of them is quite similar to one that you've seen Mantra hold, which is a potion of poison. And another potion that you have not yet identified at first glance. Do you want to read the label?
Might as well.
Potion of fire breath.
Interesting.
Like that Dragonborn never left.
I know, right? I end up asking how much is it for that potion.
Maybe they start asking questions to a young male dwarf. Good morning to you too.
Hi.
Tell me, are you a cleric? I can see your symbol.
How can you guess?
Oh, I love clerics. That one, potion of fire breath, 500 gold for you. I will give you to you for 490.
450?
Make a persuasion check.
Are they haggling openly in front of the rest of us?
Yes.
Can
Persuasion. Persuasion, yeah.
Can I do insight on the shopkeeper to see if he's trying to just hustle the fuck out of Tetsu?
If you wish.
17.
26 for insight.
450, you say? 475.
450.
470 minimum.
Come on, you just said you like clerics.
I do, that's why I'm giving you a discount. From your insight, he is actually genuinely excited at the fact there's a cleric in the thing. The price is obviously very high for a potion, but you don't know how far up the price is compared to a normal potion, but it's definitely a lot higher. But given the prices of items you've seen so far, a lot of the prices seem a lot higher in Mercador.
Alright, thank you. I will not
Okay.
intervene.
Final offer. 460.
465.
I go on.
Hmm?
Go on.
I
Awesome.
thought you were going to say 462.5.
I was tempted.
444 or 464.
I'd hand the gold over.
Awesome. Add to your inventory Potion of Fire Breath. If it's not a
This is
D&D
where-
Beyond item, then just add it in. We'll advise you on it when you're later. I don't think it is.
Fire breath, yes it is.
On the label, it reads to you. After drinking this potion, you can use as a bonus action exhale fire within 30 feet of you. Targets must make a dice check of 13 dexterity saving throw and taking 4d6 fire damage on a failsafe, and half as much on a successful one. The effect ends after you exhale fire 3 times or 1 minute has passed.
I will happily take that.
The fire-breathing monk cleric, yes! You are literally a WoW monk!
Brewmaster.
Smash that keg!
I am literally a Naruto ninja doing a fireball jutsu.
I'd like to see if there's anything within the shop that looks to be written in Druidic, just to give any indication of whether there is any Druidic tie to this place.
Make an investigation check.
14.
Okay. There's a few salves and oils which looks like to be ingredients with a little bit of a labelling from Druidic. Definitely imported. Some with the Firbolg Elven language. Which you note. Anybody watching him check these bottles, or are you all checking your own stuff?
I'm
I'll
keeping an
probably-
eye on him.
You
I'd
notice
I will.
there's a few elven items. The dwarf says, that's from our friends over at the east side of the island, the Firbolgs. They like creating a lot of oils. They use it for some rituals, etc. But we procured some from them. It's nice to get trade opening with them again. I heard the road is open again, finally.
Oh, that's nice to hear.
I should create that item so we know it's sold. 0.
I take it you have some basic herbalism kits I could perhaps purchase here. Thank you.
Tingled.
Okay. Very much above market price, I see. Very much above market price.
While you're haggling, do we mayhap have any poisonous kits?
D&D Beyond. Always so good.
50. D&D Beyond's 50. Just so you know the stock price.
That's
While
fine.
you're looking up, I'm also looking for
100
an alchemist kit.
100. Well, how about this? Because you and I both know that is well above the price, and I know you're paid quite.
It's the local
You have
price.
to pay quite high tax. Yes, I am talking. I am aware that your tax rate is rather high here. But how about I give you 100 gold, but I also get the herbalist kit thrown in as a freebie.
Since you like clerics and all,
I was
Different.
involved in a troop that helped opening the route for your trade, so that should benefit you.
Perhaps. For him, I'll do it.
Cool. And I'll pass 100 gold, and I'll pass the herbalist kit to Kafal.
Awesome. This is
Interesting.
3 weeks
you very
taxation paid for. Anything else I can help you with today?
alchemist supply kit.
Is that different from a herbalism kit?
Yes.
100
Oh.
gold.
Ugh. Come on, surely you can bring that down.
We should have bought them all in
For you.
bulk.
95.
Sure. I'll take them. And I'll pass over the 95.
Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone. Once again, anything else? Because you're doing me wonderful behavior. I usually taking a couple of gold a day.
I will. Do you grow any of your own herbs, or are they all bought from elsewhere?
Best come from the farms, but a lot of the herbs that we would normally have are exotic, imported. That's been a bit hard with one of our main routes.
Just a quick perception. Is this place dingy? Or is it upper market?
From not even with a passive perception of what you can see around the store itself, this is a good quality alchemy shop.
Okay.
Much better than some of the other ones you've seen.
Okay.
Good to know.
Or if I were to put it another way, do you have any herbs in need of a druid's touch to perhaps aid in trade or supply?
Anything specific you're looking for?
I can aid in making your flowers blossom or seed pods open up without being harmed or squashed. And perhaps another day I can help in the actual growing of plants. If it will help provide an ample supply and market for herbs in this
Points
area.
to the jars on the shelves of a lot of dried herbs. I do have a good supply already. It's hard enough to sell them. Some people do need them for medicines, magic ingredients, etc. But for now, we're not struggling. But this is a very kind offer.
Very good, very good. I'm glad to hear it. Do you by any chance have any recipe lists for such things as healing potions? I'm not sure what herbs around here would do the
Goes
job.
to grab a book. Oh, I've sold my last copy of the... Shit, what's it called? 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 You will love this, by the way. You will love this, by the way, Sam. Where is it? Is that it? Nope, that's not it. Where is my book? Well, I can't remember the title of it. Let's give me oh, there we go. I think I sold my last copy, A Sharp's Compendium to Alchemical Concoctions and Ingredients from the Vigilantes Guild of Alchemy.
Wonderful. Very good. I will check back in with you in a while to see if such a thing perhaps comes back full circle.
Indeed. We're expecting actually a new shipment coming through from Moldura. So when that ship arrives in a couple of months, I'll keep a copy aside just to, obviously, for my record, so I know what you were looking for. But if memory serves, we don't have any in, but for healing potions, I believe if you just want to make simple healing potions, you need Goodberry, red sunflowers, salt, fallen cave moss. And if you want to make better potions with those ingredients, oak bark, grey mushroom, and bone meal.
And didn't we have some of those
Yes.
items you were picking up for the village?
Who picked up the stuff in the cave? You
think
did,
that was
Mantra, because you're the one that was running around. Remember the alchemical satchel you picked up? Alchemist satchel.
Yes.
That has some items in it. I'll cover that with you later. So
Mhm.
touch on that there, because there's
Because I had
potion
quickly
ingredients in it,
dumped that in my bag.
along
Sorry,
with all the
that was-
halfling weed and everything else.
Of course.
Mandra's just had some loot that she's picked up that she's never really searched.
Just grab. You said oak bark. What were the other two ingredients?
Uh,
in the upgraded
Grey
version?
mushroom, strange grey mushroom, and
Strange grey mushroom was that?
Yep. and bone meal. Common animal, usually any common animal. I'll actually send you over. Give me 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. Just you can send it through later. It's not like we're going to do it now.
No, this is NPC.
Oh, sorry.
Just gets a parchment, just continue scribbling on it. He gives you 2 parchments. If you're interested, we don't have any of these ingredients just now. But he hands you this one. And this too. As well.
Very nice, very nice. Thank you very much. Are there
Thank
any
you.
herbs that you are in need of should we find ample supply anywhere?
At the moment, we're not looking for those herbs for those potions. We prefer to import them because it will have the some of the ingredients that would be required, such as good berries. But we'll see. Good berries only last a day, so there's no point in stockpiling all the herbs because they'll wither away. And as you see, you want some of the fluids out from some of the items here. You should dry the stem, dry the grind together. Yeah, there's actually none of it that is actually required to be wet. So the dry herbs, yes, but what these 3 herbs are quite common, especially Mercador. They're common everywhere.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated.
See, as we go, well, I'll wait for when the party decides to leave the shop.
Anything else I can do for any of you today?
You have been of great assistance. Thank you.
No, you have been. Thank you. This will keep us afloat for 3 weeks longer. Thank you.
I think as a
You two seem very interested. I'll see if we get some copies of those compendiums. I'll keep 2 aside for you. They are expensive, however. So, ching, ching, ching. Yeah. Please, make sure you have something going for that. Mind you, the library might have one.
Where is the library?
Oh, across the city. Right now, you're at probably the southwestern side of the city. You're in effectively blurb. You are effectively in the old town. There's an actual library that's in Mercador City itself. It's across the northern side of the ocean. It's on the same side of the castle.
Perfect. Thank you
Not a
again.
travelling library, no.
I'm sorry?
They don't go red. So not a travelling library, no.
Dungeons and Daddies reference.
And I've had D&D podcasts. But no, see, when I was traveling, did I see anywhere that might have looked like the courthouse?
No. You've not passed in its direction yet.
Okay, so before it gets too late, I'll wait for everyone else to
You've
finish
got all
with
day.
the place.
You've
yeah.
still got all day.
Gahal's done shopping.
This is still roughly about 8-9 in the morning.
Yes, but the places like this tend to prefer if you show up in the morning.
Anybody looking for anywhere to go?
I think it's Alvavir's turn or Tetsu's turn because I think
Or
me,
Van
Van Zandt, and Githal have found a place so far. Those two haven't, so their turn.
are you guys looking for anywhere to go?
Not
Just-
really, considering that a certain paladin still has my fucking coin purse. So I'm just getting a feel for the area.
How many hours do you got
Trying
left?
to wander around with everyone.
Or if you forgot to spend your hours when you've been shooting them?
Yep.
Right. Someone start tallying up every time she uses an arrow and she doesn't go to pick up at the end of the fight.
It's fine. I've got 6 arrows I forgot to give her. I think the only other thing I would want to try and do is find a shop so I can get a new top.
Yep, simple
some
tailor
scrap
shop, clothing sources, point them around to spend the price on what you think would be. We'll do that one next week. Any other shop anybody wants to go to that they're looking for?
Off the top of my head, no.
So, what I would have done is try to find the courthouse. Because I would imagine a place like this wouldn't just let you in, so you have to sort of build up a small rapport.
Maybe.
So I will try find a courthouse, and if I don't find it on a normal walk through the main area, I would look for someone like maybe an orphan or a child outside, and give him maybe a gold or two to show me where it is.
Make a perception check.
So that is 21.
You see a few kids playing, a few of them walking around, one of them holding a loaf of bread, none of them sitting or cowering in a corner, none of them look terribly starving. But it wouldn't take much persuasion to convince, especially with a coin, for someone to go show you where something is. Especially something simple as a courthouse, which is effectively a landmark in this town.
Well, would I have seen it if I was walking first? If I walked up and down the main areas of the town?
Where would you like to go? What direction do you want to go in?
I don't know where we are in the town.
You're in the southwestern side.
I
in
think
the
we
old
were
town.
given a map, if I remember correctly.
I have a map. I'm actually going to switch to the thing. Streams.
Maybe for next week, if we could have the map and some sort of like arrow, just like you are here. Just as a visual reference for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Although our characters don't actually know the lay of the land yet, so it also wouldn't make sense for us to be able to look at it and go, "Oh, that's where we are," which I assume is what
Yeah.
Ian is going for, not releasing it to us yet.
Yeah, so we might have just seen the map and gone, I don't know where things are. So yeah, I'll just look for what looks like a main street and walk up and down it if I see a courthouse or not. If I don't see one, I'll just quickly find...
So far, you've managed to find 4 streets that really stand out. One is one of the roads that leads out to the eastern road. It's the road you guys came in from Ruma. There's this converges into a large area where most of the market stalls are. The road itself technically continues across the bridge and leads out of the city through the western road out of the southwest side of the city that heads seemingly in the same direction as Mirror's Tower. There's another main road that leads northward, which splits into 2, one that heads up to the castle gates, and one heads out the northern road exit, which seems to be heading towards the forest.
I would have focused around where the stockades were, just to see if it was nearby to that, because that would have made geological sense.
Takes a while with your perception check, but you do eventually come across a courthouse-like building, which is quite close to not close to the stockades at all, but in a similar location. It's more central to the town, closer to the market than it was to the castle.
Okay. And I'll approach it.
Okay. So, as you approach said building, you come across a white stone building sits near the center of the city with guards and Mercador standards decorating a large meeting area with a smaller well, you don't know this yet, large stores, city entrance
Okay.
with guards outside. Guards do not seem to be at a rush to stop you from entering. They are watching you. What would you like to do?
There's no signs say leave your weapons at the door or anything, no. Because mine are in holsters, so they might be visible.
Mhm.
But I'm not holding them, so it should be fine. I'll just approach a random guard and say, is this the courthouse?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you happen to know where I would be able to speak to the Noblebringer?
The Noblebringer? You mean Judge Noblebringer? That's his surname.
Yes, Judge Noblebringer.
Her Noblebringer should be either inside or in the castle. I have not seen him today. Or at home. It is still quite early, but I would imagine he'd be in the office working.
Thank you.
Can enter and ask the receptionist.
Yes, I believe I will.
As you enter,
And... yeah, I'll enter.
as you enter, immediately inside is a female that's seen in a slightly more robes and smartly dressed, is just walking out, leaving behind an Asimir, who turns to look towards you with a bit of a confusion, a bit of surprise, and oh,
Different Asimir, right?
no, not Milorn, no.
Cool.
It's a male.
Just
It's a male.
check that one.
It's a male Asimir that seems to be in robes, ornate robes, but holding a staff. It's a very
Hello,
clear arcane focus.
Are you Judge Noblebringer?
Surprised? No, my name is Paul. I am the advisor to the Duke Tabaxi. Mantra,
What was
I
with-
presume.
How do you know my name?
Well, you were hired by John Lionsbane. We knew of your coming. You're one of very few Tabaxis in this world.
Okay.
The
But
odds
yes,
are,
I am. Yes,
Hmm.
my name is Mantra. I was just wondering if we'd be able to speak to Judge Noblebringer.
he is in his
I
office.
Recall the first name.
Yes. You're looking for Ilkard Noblebringer, or just call him Judge Noblebringer. Why do you look to seek this head of court?
Well, a few reasons actually. I wish to potentially see some records of past people that have been held within the stockades, and also to ask if I can interview, preferably in a safer environment than just letting us in, one of the prisoners that are currently there.
Yes, one of the prisoners that came with you that you were fighting outside the Eastern Road.
Yes.
Indeed. Might not be possible on the interrogation. We'll see. Access to public records is always going to be available to you with the right credentials, which you are being provided by John Liesbane. But classified records will not be disclosed to you. Past prisoners, depending on the severity of their transgressions, may not be on the public records.
Sorry, just because you mentioned confidential records may not be disclosed. Classified. What sort of what would differentiate a record from being public information and from being classified?
That's classified.
Is it just priority targets, priority people? Sorry, or would it be somewhere more along the lines of people that were not proven guilty?
Classified. We're not
How
going to
would I
detail
get-
information for you that we're not willing to discuss or disclose. If it becomes relevant to your task that the Duke has requested,
How
Then it
may
may,
I get
but-
access to finding some information about some classified, even if it is just to look for a few specific names?
make the request and we'll see what information can be provided to you. If you have certain names, speak them and we'll look into the matter. That will be best spoken to His Majesty. Majesty? Sorry.
Majesty?
No, not Majesty. Fuck. His Honor.
Yes, the judge.
Well, yes, he can only one can authorize such things.
Okay. I may have to think of how I approach some of said names, because I do not believe they are directly related to the main mission. But I'll keep that in mind, thank you.
Absolutely. Anything else I can do for you today?
I believe I'm just wanting to. Sorry, what's your name? Sorry,
We call me Paul.
Paul.
Yes, I'm the advisor to the Duke of Mercador.
And I heard the Duke was currently away on a mission. Is
He's
that correct?
indisposed. Yes, he will be back soon. We will be sending for you when he returns because he will want to speak to you himself.
Do you have an ETA?
I serve the Duke. I don't set his titles.
Thank you. That is all.
Good morning. Floods his staff and all of a sudden disappears.
I was about to say enjoy your evening, but okay.
Literally apparates,
And-
folds into himself and just gone.
I'll go and, if possible, I'll chat the door of the Duke's. It's not the Duke's, the judge's office.
Mhm.
Or if there's an assistant directly outside, I'd ask if I would if I would need to make an appointment, or if I could speak to the judge.
So, as you head up to the door that you've been directed to, you open the door, moves open. A dwarf sits at a desk, writing, looks up at you. Ah. And we'll call it there.
I was going to say I think you would cut to other people, but I guess that works too.
Yep, 5 to 12. I won't keep you guys any longer. There's a lot to get through. Try and get as much of it done so we can get you back into adventuring. But yeah,
This is part of adventuring.
yes it is indeed. Go around shops buying things that you'll probably use once or twice in the campaign.
Making acquaintances, building
Indeed.
Poor, that's the
I'll
one.
need to update sheets, or rather stats with you guys, because you're going to have individual reputation with every single person in town.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Well, I think Mantra probably has positive reputation that she's gained so far. I need to make some negative to keep the whole, chaotic side of things. She's been good this session.
Basically,
She hit Valver.
Yes, it was deserved.
To be fair, I was a bit of a shit this evening, so yeah, I'll admit I deserve
This
that.
evening. Oh, bye,
Wow,
Vazad.
that was quick.
I think he was needing his bed because he looked tired. Let's just bring this
We're
up
all
just
a
to
bit
keep it all
tired.
uniform.
I mean,
Uh,
oh, there we go. I mean, it was a deserved hit.
Indeed.
I
But,
prefer deserved it.
but what we'll do then, guys, is basically call it there. Join us next time. Next week we'll continue this. And happy Pride Month, and thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you next
Bye,
week.
all.
Good night.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye.